So the town meeting warrant, if anybody does not have it, it is available from the town website, which is on the screen there. It's www.sherburnma.org. Then also the annual town meeting itself is going to be held on Saturday, August 15th at 9 a.m. And the location is going to be the DPW garage, which is at 7 Butler Street. This is a public hearing for discussion of the warrant articles. If needed, a continuation of this meeting will occur on Monday at 7 p.m. Hopefully that is not going to be necessary. Great, and I see that Dhruv Koshal is on the meeting now. So just a quick roll call here of the advisory members in alphabetical order. We have Mark Albers, Wasim Basili, Brendan Daly, Peter Galatano, Dhruv Koshal, Stephen Leahy, Jane Matarazzo, Natalie Weir, and myself, Stephen Tsai. I would also like to welcome the Sherborn Select Board, which is also currently in session. In addition, we have the Town Administrator, David Williams, and Assistant Town Administrator, Moores, and then also, actually, is Sharon McPherson should be on here. Are you here, Sharon? Yes, I see a Doug. I see a Doug.
Yes,
McPherson.
I'm on.
Okay.
For some reason, I can't get my video to work, but
okay, no worries.
I'm
Let me, can you or can somebody just change Sharon's screen name at least to say Sharon McPherson, so that it's clear that that's who's speaking whenever she does speak. Thank you and welcome. So the format of this meeting, we are going to be discussing essentially all of the town meeting warrant articles in the order they appear on the town warrant. We'll spend a decent amount of time probably talking about budgets as well. And I wanted to give an overview for those who may be joining the public hearing for the first time or are not totally aware of how this works and who the advisory committee is. I know for sure that before I joined the advisory committee, I did not have a very good concept of who the advisory committee was and what they did. So effectively, the advisory committee every year in around October or so, we provide a guidance to all of the town departments and budget makers to let them know what our expectations and our goals are for setting the budget for the following fiscal year. Then based on that guidance, the department heads and budget makers they work out their budget and they try to come in under guidance. Sometimes it is unavoidable that they go over guidance. And then for the next several months, we have constant meetings with all of the budget makers to discuss the budgets that they've submitted and to attempt to get everybody under guidance, or if there is a good rationale for why their budget has gone up, then we allow that. So for fiscal year 2021, which is the budget we'll be talking about today, the guidance from advisory was level funding on expenses relative to the previous budget year. So that's to say, no increase in your budget from the previous year, plus the cost of living adjustment as recommended by the personnel board, which was 2%, or if there were union contracts according to whatever the union contracts say. The budgets are submitted by January 1st, and then over the next several months, we have meetings with every single budget maker to discuss their budgets. And essentially, our goal is to work with the department heads and budget makers to get the town citizens the services that they need and deserve, but in an efficient manner. And then in a normal year, we are having this meeting right now in around March in advance of an April town meeting. Obviously, this has all been delayed because of COVID-19. But currently, the omnibus budget as it currently stands, the one that we'll be discussing today, actually is below the advisory committee's guidance by 0.44%. So that's it's very good. Frequently, the omnibus budget actually comes in above guidance. We usually somewhat expect that because there are changes in what people need to do, and obviously the cost of doing business increases over time. So to have the entire town collectively below guidance is excellent. And I applaud all of the department heads and the budget makers for working with advisory to try to keep our expenses as low as possible. I've got this chart up. Hopefully everybody can see it. Is a very broad overview, and it's very simplified as to essentially the two major inputs that determine the town's tax rate. And so on the top line, we have the omnibus budget, and these are the numbers from going back for 5 years. So this is fiscal year 2015's actual, and 2016, 17, 18. The last column is the sort of projected budget. So these are moving targets in that last column, but it gives you an idea of the general trend of how everything is going. So obviously the omnibus budget is gradually going up over time. And you can see that despite the fact that the entire town is actually below guidance, and guidance was effectively do not increase your budget except for a cost of living adjustment for your employees, still the omnibus budget continues the upward trajectory, which is basically unavoidable. Then we generally will refer to that colloquially as the numerator, and then we have the denominator, which is the total town valuation, which is essentially all of the taxable property in town and what the total value is. And you can see that this is a large number. It is in the billions. And this we generally refer to as the denominator. And the reason I want to show you this is because basically we take this top number. This is overly simplified because more inputs go into the tax levy for the town, but the omnibus budget tends to be the major portion and the part that we have the most control over. But we'll take basically the budget, and we'll divide it by the town's valuation, and that is going to give us the tax rate. And as you can see, beginning 5 years ago, we had a tax rate that was over $20 per thousand of taxed property, and was a precipitous drop in fiscal year 2018. And kind of what I want to show you is that despite the fact that the omnibus budget was still going up that year, the major factor here tends to be the town valuation. So there was a significant increase in the town's valuation, and that is what caused the tax rate to drop. And then since then, there has been a more steady upward trajectory. And so therefore with it, our tax rate has remained fairly steady with a slight increase. So that kind of gives you, this is the way that I tend to look at the very, very big picture of what advisory is trying to do. We have only so many levers that we can pull. One of them tends to be the omnibus budget and trying to keep that under control. And then the other tends to be encouraging types of basically behavior or bylaws and activities which are going to increase the denominator here, which is the town's total valuation. So that brings us to this meeting where we are going to be discussing all of the town warrant articles. The way that this is going to work is that I am going to read each article, which we're going to go through in the order that they appear in the warrant. And the proponent of the article is going to be invited to make a presentation. Some will have some slides that they will screen share, but some will basically just be talking. But each presentation, each opening presentation is going to be limited to 5 minutes. After the proponent finishes their presentation, I will open the floor for public comment. And what I would ask is that you ideally indicate in the chat box for the Zoom meeting that you have a public comment that you would like to make. And either I will notice or one of my co-hosts will notice and let me know. Please wait to be acknowledged and recognized by the chair so that you can speak. I also ask that you identify yourself before you speak. So state your name, and then if you are speaking as a representative of a town committee or board, please let us know which committee or board. And if you are speaking as a resident, please just list your street address. So each public comment is going to be limited to 2 minutes, and I ask that you not repeat things that have already been said. I can understand if somebody says something that you heartily agree with and you would like to, register that your support for that, and that's understandable, but it isn't necessary, and it will generally only extend the meeting. So please only have a public comment if it is a new information or a new comment that has not been said before. After public comment, I will close the public comment, and I'm going to open the floor for an advisory discussion where we may have more questions for the proponent, or we may discuss amongst ourselves. After the advisory discussion, I'm going to open for another round of public comments, once again limited to 2 minutes each. At any time during the discussion, advisory members may request additional information, and if we feel that we cannot make a vote due to lack of information, we can put the hearing in recess until we get additional information and then vote on it, hopefully at the end when we've gotten the information that we need. Once the second public comment is finished, then the chair is going to close the public comment and open the voting session. I will request a motion on disposition of the article. The advisory members will once again discuss the various merits of the article and on the pending motion, and subsequently I will move for a vote, and then after the vote we'll move on to the next. All right, and that basically covers the format of this public hearing. I also want to reiterate that the advisory committee, our goal is to use fact-based analysis to make decisions that we feel are good for the town and good for the future of the town. Primarily, our concern is fiscal, and our target, generally speaking, is to keep the tax rate as low as possible while still providing the services that the town needs. We, generally speaking, are not going to be considering sort of people's feelings about whether they like a particular article or not, unless there are fact-based arguments that you have to support your statements. And let's see. Yes, I think that's pretty much it. I do want to note that currently where the budget stands, based on the projections for fiscal year 21, which again are a moving target, we are planning on taxing the town's citizens about $1.3 million less than the levy limit, which, our goal is, of course, not to tax the citizens as much as possible. So we are currently looking at about a $1.3 million difference between what we could be taxing and what we are planning on taxing. All right, so with that, I'm going to begin the public hearing on the Sherborn 2020 annual town meeting. Okay, so beginning with Article 1 of the warrant, it is the annual report. Generally speaking, I'm only going to read the titles unless the content of the warrant is quite short. In this case, it is short. So this is to hear and act on the reports of the various town officers and committees as contained in the annual town report or otherwise. Effectively, this allows the town meeting to actually happen. So first, I would like to open to any public comment. Right, and I do not see any public comment, so I will close public comment and I will open the discussion to advisory. Great. Closing the advisory discussion, reopening for public comment.
Hey, Chuck down here.
Yep.
not a public comment, but we've been discussing with Mary Wolf putting together a consent agenda for as many of the items as possible, obviously including warrant Article 1. I think it's worth discussing now what we would include. One proposal that I think Paul made, which I think makes sense, is to try and get consent on every article and then only discuss the other ones, because obviously it's going to be a stand-up meeting and not your typical annual town meeting. So I'd like to pose that as a topic for discussion.
Okay, agreed. Mary Wolf, town moderator, do you have any comment? I don't know if you have made a decision yet as to how you want to arrange the town meeting in terms of the consent agenda.
I do have a comment. I would be against doing one single consent agenda for the entire warrant. However, we have used consent agendas now for several years, and we typically use Articles 1 through 8. Those are the articles preceding the omnibus budget, and that would certainly be one agenda. There are other articles that I think I think that the capital articles should be addressed individually, because people should have the opportunity to hear the discussion of that and vote on it individually. And there are other articles following the capital articles that can probably be grouped together. And then there are other articles that I think I think they will end up being pulled from a consent agenda, and so why not just address them originally? So that's my position.
So then for those articles after capital, which I guess would be 11 through, what are we up to, 23? Do you not feel like you have a particular grouping that you want to do consent on, or are you essentially planning on just taking each of those articles one by one?
No, it wouldn't be 11 through 23 one by one, but they would not be all in the same consent agenda. And one of the things that I'm going to be looking at in determining groupings of articles is what happens today at the hearing.
Okay. That is fair. All right, any additional public comment? All right, then I will close public comment, and I'm going to open the voting session. Can I get a motion on Article 1?
Moved.
Sorry, Brendan, you were muted for most of that. Can you say it again? Brendan, you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to make a motion to approve action on Article 1. Vote to approve it.
I'd second that.
All right, I have a motion on the floor for favorable action on Article 1. Any discussion from advisory? All right. Can I get a roll call vote? So, Mark Albers.
Yes.
Asim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Drew Kashal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. So the motion passes 9-0. All right, Article 2, supplemental appropriations. So these are actually what I'll do is can I, Sharon McPherson, can I just get you to sort of explain the supplementals and give us the specific numbers that the supplementals are going to be this year?
Yes, so the supplementals, supplemental appropriations are for snow and ice, and that's $96,957. Ambulance revolving fund, $110,000. police overtime, 112,434, and prior year unpaid bills, 5,069. So for a total of 324,460. Any questions?
All right. Yeah, I'd like to open the floor for public comments. All right. Closing public comment. I'd like to open the floor for advisory discussion.
No discussion, just a clarification. The unpaid bills that you mentioned, Sharon, are we handling those under Article 6 or are these something else?
Let me see here. Yeah, you're right. They are under Article 6. They are separate. Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that.
So unpaid bills will come out. So then the number
Yeah.
will be whatever, 324,460 minus
That is
5,069.
5,069, yes.
Okay. And we'll just have to make sure we get the accurate number in our actual motion. All right, but otherwise, is there any additional discussion from advisory? No, I'll close the advisory discussion. I'll reopen for any public comment. All right, it looks like no additional public comment. Closing public comment, and I'm going to open the voting session. Can I get a motion on disposition of Article 2, the FY20 supplemental appropriations?
I move favorable action on Article 2.
Can I get a second?
Second?
Great, I've got a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Mark Albers,
Aye.
Wasim Basili. You're muted, Wasim.
Aye.
Okay. Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal,
Aye.
Stephen Leahy,
Aye.
Jane Marazzo,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
and I'm also an aye. The motion passes 9-0. All right, moving on to Article 3, the OPEB Trust Fund. This is, again, an annual article where we fund into the OPEB Trust Fund. Last year, I believe we did 100,000 in the operating budget, 100,000 from free cash. I would like to open for public comments. The proponent is actually the treasurer. So if the treasurer is online, did you want to just give a quick summary of your recommendation for OPEB Trust Fund?
Sure. Thanks, Steve. And actually, this is not the recommendation to put money in. This is a recommendation to accept a section of the law that's the Post-Modernization Act.
Oh,
So
yes.
it's an administrative issue.
Right.
So really, it's just to bring the town up to date on a current law. It's a little more oversight, involves some reports.
Right. Yeah, sorry. Right. So this was a housekeeping article. Do we have any other additional public comments? All right. I will close the public comment and open to advisory discussion.
Heidi, can you tell us a little bit about the content of the amended chapter?
Sure. So this chapter essentially names the treasurer is the one who's the custodian of the funds. And I will actually be reporting on an annual basis to the select board. So it's more involved that you have to do a report and have that done annually and document that you're doing that. It also allows me to put some advisory components in this to like get a group of people or input on our investment. It's more of a reporting requirement actually on this. I mean, it's actually there's several pages and all this, and I didn't want to get too involved on it. That is mainly the goal of this, was to allow the treasurer to be in charge and to do the reporting in the town.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Thank you. Any other advisory discussion?
Just a question. So Heidi, does this mean that the trust fund is self-managed by the town and by the treasurer and not professionally managed?
No, no,
Okay.
it does not take that. It still has the ability to be professionally managed. The difference is I would have a little more active role in working with the professionals, and the essential is reporting back to the town on the status of these funds.
Steve,
Yes, Paul?
one of the benefits of this article is to broaden the investment opportunities that can be made. Without this article, the treasurer is pretty much limited to a very narrow group of investments, basically U.S. Treasury offerings. This allows for a wider range under this prudent investor standard.
All right. Thank you. So it seems like the general summary is that this allows for additional oversight, but also for a broader range of options for investment for the OPEB Trust Fund.
Steve, can I ask another question?
Yes, go ahead.
You know, historically, the article is raised as, you know, in order to authorize the appropriation of a certain amount of funds from a source to OPEB trust fund. Just, you know, because the language here is a little bit different than in past years, is that still one of the functions of this article, or is this solely focused on accepting the revised section of Chapter 32?
Drew, I agree with you that I don't see anything later on authorizing a money, and normally there has been $100,000 appropriated on this portion. And I'm looking at later Article 8 is only stabilization funds, but it doesn't address OPEB. So we always put roughly 100 from free cash. Oh, sorry, Sharon, do you have a comment?
It was Jane, actually. I think we do typically do it under free cash.
Yeah, so I believe Article
recall.
11, use of free cash, you know, we'll list out in our motion for the town meeting what the amounts and uses are, and I believe $100,000 into OPEB is usually one of those items.
Great, because I don't see that listed here, but I agree with Drew. We're gonna make sure that that's in there.
Okay.
Yeah, because I believe the other 100,000 is already in the omnibus budget, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So I think just a question as to the form here. So there's no specific need to for a separate warrant article to appropriate funds into the OPEB trust fund. It's fine to do that through the free cash article.
Paul might know more than anyone on this. As long as it's in here, I'm fine with whichever area you think it should be in.
I think Paul's not there.
Paul has exited the room. I don't know, Mary Wolf, do you know the answer to that?
I'm in the process of, I believe that there has typically been a separate article. I'm just about to look back at ATM 2019, but I think there has always been a separate article there.
And it's usually been, it's usually been Article 3.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the motions from last year right now.
Paul, now that you've rejoined, we're wondering maybe you need the answer to this. Typically, I believe that Article 3 includes the amount that we are putting into the OPEB trust fund from free cash, but the language in the article this year does not seem to carry that.
I'm sorry, Steve. Last year, Article 6 was the article that appropriated to the OPEB trust fund. And that is, the article was, it was labeled OPEB trust fund. And Peter Galatano made the motion to move $100,000 to be transferred from free cash in the treasury to the OPEB liability trust fund. And on last year's warrant, let me see if I can pull that up. Sorry.
I did it old school, Mary.
Yeah, if I,
Go, Jeff.
okay, hang on. Hang on.
Think, you know, here's my question, Paul, maybe you know this, maybe somebody else on the phone knows this. You know, in past years, there has been an express authorization for the appropriation of monies to the OPEB trust fund. I don't see that language in this article. I don't see it in the free cash article. Is that something that we need to address? I mean, I guess the alternative is the plan that we don't appropriate monies into the OPEB trust fund this year.
You do not need a separate article for an OPEB appropriation. That's just the way Sherborn has done it, but it doesn't have to be that way. I've seen OPEB money appropriated in other towns in a variety of places. One is an article under free cash. One is an article under the general budget, the omnibus budget, simply having a line there for transfers to various stabilization funds. So
We already have that.
there's no legal requirement that there be a separate article for OPEB.
Okay, so I think our plan this year is to do, like last year, $100,000 from the omnibus budget into the OPEB trust fund, and then $100,000 from free cash. So Paul, are you saying that, so we already do have the 100,000 in the omnibus, and are you saying then we can simply lump that into Article 11 this year, use of free cash, and just have one of the lines there be $100,000 into the OPEB trust fund?
Yes, if you're going to use free cash.
Yeah. Okay.
To use Article 11, you have to use free cash for OPEB.
Yeah, I think that's what we've generally done in the past, is half from the omnibus and then half from free cash.
I think it was kind of a PR thing, Steve. You know, we were trying to promote visibility for the citizens that we were trying to not allow that to increase the liability and to work it down.
Okay.
So it was more communications message.
Okay.
Yeah, Steve, just one more thing. Last year it was Article 6
Okay.
in the warrant, and it was specific to OPEB.
Okay.
Yeah, I went all the way back to 2016, and it's in every year.
Okay.
One thing, Steve, this is George, just wanted to, I think when we were putting the warrant together, we decided that this year that we didn't need it because it was, I think Paul had talked about this before in one of our meetings, that since it was already in other lines, we didn't need that separate article. It was more to clean up the warrant.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one more clarification, if I may, because are we constrained in any way by the language of Article 11, which refers to using said sum in fixing the tax rate? Because Article 11, I know, has been used at some times in the past to apply free cash toward the operating budget, and I don't think that was the intention this year, but are we constrained in any way by that language?
Jane, I think it depends on the motion that you make at the town meeting. You'll make a motion as to how you're using the free cash.
Because it does also say to meet the appropriations for the ensuing fiscal year. So it seems like putting cash into the OPEB trust fund would qualify under an appropriation for the ensuing fiscal year. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Any additional advisory discussion? All right. I will close the advisory discussion and reopen public comment for Article 3. Yes, Paul.
It does seem confusing, the article, but I want to assure everybody this is a good idea. It does centralize, it does provide flexibility. It is a housekeeping item, but it does enhance the town's operation, so it is an improvement. So I recommend that you take favorable action.
I'm sorry, one additional question, if I may. Heidi, you mentioned professional management. Paul, I think you also said that currently given the constraints we're under, the funds can only be invested in, did you say T-bills?
Essentially, yes, it's more than that, but essentially that.
So does that mean that there essentially has not been a need for professional management in the past, and that this may, if we pass this, we may need to consider how these funds could be professionally managed?
Jane,
Yeah.
Jane,
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, we have been using professional management in the past, and we've been allowed to use that, so it's not an increase in cost, it's continuing the practice. But as Paul mentioned, there's something called a legal list for trust funds. The state recommends that funds can be invested only in certain, it's usually 30 items that they choose.
Thank you.
All right, so I've now lost track of whether I was, yes, I think I'm still on the second public comment. So any additional public comments?
This is Frank Orlando, 18 Woodland Street.
Go ahead.
So what, Paul, I heard you say something about there's 30 choices that this would be open to. What overview or constraints or checks and balances are in place if we open this up?
So the standard is what's called the prudent investor. That's a little broader than the list that the state issues. It would be a good idea to have professional assistance on that, but I know that most towns have moved this way. They feel that the list the state publishes is so rigid and so stagnant that it doesn't turn out to be a good return on the money. It's a very low return to invest it that way.
No, I understand that. I just want to make sure that your definition of prudent investor and whoever's investing the funds might be different than mine.
Well, that should go to the treasurer.
Oh,
That
thanks.
question.
Sure. Well, I think, yes, we may have different standards. The one thing this allows it is that there'd be a annual report on what's happening. So that time too, and I would welcome, and I do want to reach out to see if people want to get involved with me on this, to have some other community input on this long-term investment. I do feel this actually gives more oversight and more transparency by reporting what's going on and the list of the funds. Essentially what we do with our professional investment is that they decide what type of risk level you want to take. Do you want to be aggressive? Do you want to be conservative? Somewhere in between, moderate aggressive? And that's the level they use to invest your funds. It's a long-term investment of funds too, not a short-term, but you kind of choose a level of funds for investment as opposed to
Yeah, Frank, if I could add that if you look at the options of putting your money into a savings account where you get 0.0002%, maybe, very small return, versus a more educated, more conscious decision to invest where you're likely to get a better return. So the interest rates that we could get by just putting the money into the kinds of things that the state authorizes is very low. And this is intended to allow us more flexibility so that we could probably do better.
No, I appreciate that. I was treasurer of a nonprofit, and one of the things we did was we, to your point, Heidi, gave guidance as to how things should be invested and what the bands of different types of investments would be between bonds and stocks and the like.
Frank, I'm on the board of a nonprofit, and the prudent investor rules, there's a uniform state act. It actually came out of Massachusetts common law years ago. it's kind of like materiality, negligence. It's very fact specific. There's some general standards, but at the end of the day, whether or not an investment is prudent or not is going to be determined by a court if there's litigation over it. There's case law that gives guidance, but it's like negligence. It's hard to have a very precise definition because it's so fact specific.
And Frank, I'd welcome if you want to contact me and get involved. I'm welcome to speak with the community and get people's input and assistance.
Sure, be happy to.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? Addie Weiss?
So just listening, because there's been a lot of discussion, but it sounds like this is a good thing in that we continue with the professional management that we've been having, but now this is an added oversight, and now we have a report that we haven't had in the past, that Heidi has more access to the information and also the ability to have a little bit more input beyond just essentially a savings type investment, but obviously with prudent investor, risk adverse.
Yes. All right. Any additional public comment? All right, I'm going to close public comment, and now I'm going to open the voting session. So can I get?
Have we moved the article yet?
Not yet. I'm about to ask for a motion. So can I get a motion on a disposition of the warrant article?
I'm going to move for favorable action on Article 3.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any additional advisory discussion? No additional discussion. Can I get a roll call vote? Mark Albers?
Aye.
Wasim Basili?
Aye.
Brendan Daly?
Aye.
Peter Galatano?
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal?
Aye.
Steve Leahy?
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo?
Aye.
Natalie Weir?
Aye.
And I'm also an aye, so the motion passes 9-0. All right, moving on to Article 3, unclaimed property. And this is also the treasurer. So Heidi, do you have a summary of this article?
Sure. So here's another administrative article. I've been doing a little bit of house cleaning, I think, in the department, as you'll see. The town voted prior, several years back, to accept an amendment to a section, but had never formally accepted the actual section of the law. So this is mainly, because that kind of is a gray zone, I'm asking you to accept this section of the law. And the difference is that if we accept this, we follow a certain procedure for unclaimed money, uncashed checks from either payroll or from vendor checks that are outstanding. There's a procedure where you have to publish and send a letter depending on the amount of money. And then if you follow all that and they still haven't heard anything, you are allowed to take the money back into the general fund. If you have not accepted this section, the money has to be escheated to the state as unclaimed property, and then we'd have to actually turn the money over to the state. So I would like to have the money go back to our general fund after the process, so that it stays within the town. And this just clarifies that the intent of the town is to accept this law.
Thank you. Can I open to public comment? Yes, go ahead, Paul. You're muted, Paul. You're still muted. There you go. You're good.
I'm good.
Yep.
Just to give you an oversimplified explanation, if the town issues a check for $1 million and no one cashes it, and a couple of years go by, the point of what Heidi's trying to do is to make sure that she has a process to cancel that check and to make sure the money stays in the town. That's it in an oversimplified version.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? All right, I will close public
Just for
comment.
clarification, Steve,
Yes.
it's Frank Orlando again. Just for clarification, I think it's a good idea, but just wondering if we know about how much is in that category.
Heidi, do you know?
Sure. So right now on outstanding payrolls, it's only about $9,000. And on the vendor warrants, it's actually closer to about $40,000. And this is going back, I even had a check going back to 2012 that I've got to trace down and see what happens. So it's cumulative over the number of years. And it's not a huge amount of money, but for this town, that does add up.
Thank you. All right, any additional public comment? All right, I will close public comment and open to advisory discussion. Advisory?
So currently, if money's turned over to the state, people can claim or get back their unclaimed property. How is that different under this article?
I would have to write a check to the state for that amount of money that I'm escheating over to them. So say that the $9,000 in payroll, we don't reach anyone. I should technically be turning that $9,000 over to the state, and it's their responsibility then to divvy that money up should people come and claim it. So they're keeping the interest on that money. They will have the money versus if we have it and we follow the process, that $9,000 can be returned to the town's general fund for our use.
And so the individual has no way to then claim that money in the future?
You can, if you want to go, you can go to court all the way eventually to do this. I mean, if someone comes back, but right now how it's said is I'm sending out letters to the people. You have, we have this unclaimed check, and if you feel this is valid to have the check, please send a note back to us. And I'm actually getting people sending notes back to us saying, oh yes, I would like to get my money, and I reissue another check. I'm also starting to publicize these names on our town's website. And then any amount that's over $100, I'm going to be putting together a list once I go through the initial vetting of all the letters. I have to post that in the paper. So people that haven't from 2014, 2015, 2016, most of these people aren't looking for the money. If they haven't come, especially some of the vendors. I'm surprised that some of these vendors have not come looking for the money, but we are making our best to contact the people and let them know it's there. Should someone come back and say that 2012 check was mine, the right thing to do is probably to issue the check back to them if they can prove that that claim is theirs. But I mean, ultimately they could go to a small claims court and say, this was my money, the town didn't pay it. And we'll have to show that we advertised and followed the whole process. And then it's up to the court to decide what they want to do. That's the worst case scenario.
And Heidi, about how many years typically will these checks be pending before they would be returned into the general fund?
So we have two statuses on the checks. One is stale checks and one is outstanding checks. So a check becomes stale after it's a year old, after it's been issued for a year. And the goal would be to be every year evaluating this and putting this list together, and what minute it hits the 1 year mark to send the letters out right away so it's fresher in people's memory, and usually you'll get a better response. But because this hasn't been done, and because it's kind of it has been done, the tailings have been done before, but some of this has fallen through the cracks, and I can't find documentation on certain things, so I have to assume it wasn't paid if I've gone to the bank and they can't find a record of the check being cashed. My guess is it's probably going to be a 3-year process by the time you go and contact people, and then by the time you publish it, and you have to wait. There's very specific laws, a very specific time frame in these laws for the amount of money and for the time length that you have to allow before you can actually move the money back to your general funds, but probably a 2 to 3 year process.
Thank you. Yes, Paul, go ahead.
Just comment that the state, getting money from the state is not easy. I've had a number of people ask me for assistance to try and do that. One of the odd requirements that they have is that you have to present your original Social Security card. And for many people, particularly elderly people, that Social Security card was issued in the 1930s or the 1940s. And to try and produce it today is not an easy thing. So there's there's a bunch of red tape at the state level. It's actually friendlier and easier to work with this particular city or town.
And actually, Paul, to follow up, I found there's about $8,000 of unclaimed property for the town that's with the state, and I had filed to get it back, and it comes back a response that you have to allow 9 months to process any of their requests. So I still have yet to see the $8,000 that I've requested, and I think under COVID, it's going to take an even longer time.
All right. Any additional advisory discussion? If not, I will close advisory discussion and reopen public comment.
Steve, one quick question, if I may.
Yep.
Heidi, I apologize if I missed this. Do you have a sense of the amount of like the value of unclaimed property in the town right now?
Sure, it was just over 9,000 in old payroll amounts, and it's about 40,000 in warrant amounts, like to vendors. And then we have about $8,000 for checks the town was supposed to have received and we didn't. That's with the state.
Okay, so the town has $8,000 in property that it is trying to claim that has not yet been claimed, as well as about
Yes, yes.
$50,000 worth of unclaimed property.
Correct.
That it's still liable to other people for. Now, I'm sorry, just one additional question. The process you described was, there's a prescribed process for publicizing the amounts of money and certain amount of time that needs to elapse. After you do that and you meet all the requirements to move the funds back into the general fund, you mentioned that people can still go to small claims court. Like there's still the potential liability for that unpaid amount to the individual person still exists even after you've gone through the process and transferred the funds back to the general fund?
I've been trying to research this and figure out how this is done. And the best I can do is that option still exists on the table, that anyone can come and say. Now, whether they get it is another thing, but I have to be upfront and disclose that potential exists.
So just to make sure I understand, the potential exists if this, if we adopt the article, and if we do in fact make it a practice to move those unclaimed funds into the general fund, there will be some unknown potential liability that is going to attach to that, basically in perpetuity.
I can't speak on behalf of the courts of how they would rule on something if someone comes back with a 10-year claim on anything, but that can exist today. It can exist on a lot. They'll say you shouldn't have put it to the state. I think it's just an unknown that this money was supposed to be paid to them initially. So it was initially out of the town's coffers. That was a liability in the town that was already existing. We did get the money back. If the liability comes back, the town is still kind of at a break even.
Okay.
If I could.
Yes, Paul, go ahead.
There are statute of limitations on how long a period of time you have to file a lawsuit, depending on the nature of the underlying claim. The statutes differ, but probably this one we're probably looking at 6 years. Depends on whether it's a contract or a suit on a negotiable instrument, if they can find the instrument, or if there was some underlying other claim that led to the check being written. But there are statute of limitations that apply, that do cut it off, so it's not in perpetuity.
Great. And it sounds like, I'm guessing most of these obligations are contractual, Heidi?
Well, yes, or a bill, that there's an unpaid bill. And most of them are small. Most of them are, under $100 is the majority of them. And then you're going to have some that are several $100s. So it's not a lump sum that someone's going to come after $9,000. It's out of that portion. Maybe it's $300 or less.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks.
All right, I believe that we are currently still in the second public comment period. Are there any additional public comments?
Steve, this is Jeff. I just wanted to thank Heidi because there's a lot of things she's been working, not just this year, but in prior years to clean up and to better define, some of which, make it another warrant, some of which are just better operating procedures and things, so controls. So I just want to shout out and thank Heidi for her diligence.
Thank you. Agreed. All right. I would like to close public comment and open the voting session. Can I get a motion for disposition of the warrant article 4 unclaimed property?
I move favorable action on Article 4. Second.
I have a motion and a second for favorable action. I'll take a roll call vote. Sorry, the additional advisory discussion. No additional discussion. Roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo. Jane.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. The motion passes 9-0. All right, moving on to Article 5, cemeteries. Do we have a representative from the Cemetery Commission to present this article?
I can tell you what it is.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
When we sell a lot in the cemetery, it goes into something called the enlargement fund, and we have to go to town meeting each year to get back the money that we've collected. It doesn't cost the town anything, and it cannot be used for anything else if you hang on to it.
Thank you. And do you have an amount this year?
That comes from Sharon or from Deb.
Okay. Sharon, do
You
you
know
have
what
an
it is? It's whatever we've collected.
Yeah.
I don't have an exact amount. I think last year it was around 5,000.
Yeah, but it depends how much we've sold. And I think this year it's going to be quite a bit more because we weren't selling last year,
Okay.
except for need. And this year we've been selling it. We raised our rates so some people bought ahead of time, and we didn't sell anything that people just chose to buy. It's been as much as 20 in the past, but it's sitting there and somebody can look it up and figure out what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that.
All right. Thank you. All right. I'd like to open public comment. I see no public comments. I will close the public comments and open to advisory discussion. And I've got no advisory discussion. I'll close that. Second public comment period. No public comments. So I would like to open the voting session. Can I get a motion on disposition of warrant Article 5, the cemeteries?
I move favorable action on Article 5.
All right.
Do we need to know the amount first?
It's money that the town that we've collected.
I know, I understand that, but doesn't the warrant, Mary, does the warrant have to have a number in here?
It will.
Yeah, in our Natalie, in our motion, we will publish the actual amount.
Oh, okay, fine.
And we'll get that number from Sharon. All right, I had two motions for favorable action. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. The motion passes 9-0. All right, moving on to Article 6, unpaid bills, which we had sort of touched on earlier. But I guess, Sharon, I do have the published number here, but Sharon, do you want to just summarize the unpaid bills?
Yeah, sure. So there are a list of 4 unpaid bills, and these were, it's a small amount, $5,069. And these were bills that were for FY 19 that were not encumbered, and they just kind of got lost in the shuffle and didn't show up in the departments in time to encumber them or pay them. So that is why we are going to, we can't pay them legally unless this bill passes, this warrant article passes.
Right, so this is things the town has done, and we need to pay people for them, and we should do that because that's what good people do.
Exactly.
So any public comments? I'm going to close the public comments. Any advisory discussion?
Steve, I had a comment.
Yes, go ahead, Sean.
I don't know if it matters right now. The HP Fairfield bill is to come off that list. The
Okay.
275.96.
Yeah. Was that actually already covered by your?
Jeannie would have to answer. It was either already covered or it was part of a capital, and it didn't need to do this.
Okay. All right. So Sharon, can you take a note
Yeah,
of
I'll
that?
I will reach out to Jeannie and we'll get that taken off.
But
Thanks,
Sean, the UniFirst is still on there for 107.53.
I believe so. I'm not even sure what that is. I just know we straightened out the HP Fairfield one.
Okay. All right. So the amount will be some slightly lower than $5,000 for the unpaid bills. All right. I believe that was, I think we're in our second public comment period. Any additional public comment? If not, I will close public comment, open the voting session. Can I get a motion for disposition on Article 6 unpaid bills?
I move a favorable motion on Article 6 unpaid bills.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. That motion passes 9-0. All right, moving on to Article 7, the revolving funds. All right, so this is again an annual article establishing the limits for the various revolving funds that we have in town. Sharon, do you want to give a summary of this?
Sure. So the revolving funds that we have and the amount, the limit was communicated by each of the departments that run these funds. So Council on Aging, 75,000, Board of Health, immunization clinics, 15,000, recycling sale of bins, 860, Town Forest sale of firewood, 35,000, Farm Pond, 160,000, ambulance, 375,000, elder housing, 281,390, and the new recreation revolving fund is 250,000 for a total of 1,192,250.
Thank you. Do I have any public comments?
I may have misheard, but I thought that the farm pond is 160,000. I thought I heard you say 150. The total's the same as in the current printed warrant.
Yes, it is 160.
All right, I'm going to close public comment and open advisory discussion.
I just have a note that Article 2 supplemental appropriations had appropriations for the ambulance revolving fund and also the revolving fund limit here. And that's due to low utilization for the ambulance during COVID-19. So if anyone in the final report sees those two numbers. That's the reason. So they're supplementally funding ambulance and then allowing them to access their revolving funds.
Thank you. Any additional advisory comment? I'll open back up to public comment for Paul.
Just want to remind everybody that we are changing the total here in Article 15 because we're going to propose a new revolving account and a new amount of $30,000 for that revolving account, so that this chart is being adjusted later on in the warrant.
Well, I think we would have to take action on that first though, right? On the other article.
Yes, I'm not suggesting making the change here in Article 7. I am hoping the moderator is going to include Article 15 in the consent agenda along with Article 7. That's really why I made the point. They were related articles.
All right, but currently we are going to keep our discussion on Article 7, which is the currently existing revolving funds. Do we have any additional public comment?
Steve, Frank Orlando again.
Yep.
Two clarifying questions. One is this a limit on the amount in the revolving fund or a limit on how much somebody can spend annually out of the amount, the revolving fund, number one? Number two, how are these limits set?
I believe it, correct me if I'm wrong, Sharon, but these limits are limits to the amount of money that can be put into the revolving funds. The amounts that are already in the revolving funds, each of the departments that owns the fund can spend down as they see fit. So this is the limit. So for example, the recreation 250,000 limit, that was a change that we did last year. Their revolving fund limit used to be much smaller. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but the problem for them was that essentially it limited their ability to basically do large projects that were needed on the various recreational fields. And so they requested a change in their revolving fund to increase that limit so that they could effectively start building up that account over a few years, essentially. And then once they decided that they had, let's say they have a project that's going to cost $120,000, they can just pull that out of the revolving fund and essentially that they had been saving up for the past, say, 3 years. So the limit is the amount that they can put into it, and they are allowed to spend whatever is in the revolving fund.
Yeah, then the first line seems a bit confusing because it talks about the spending limit, not the limit on the amounts in the revolving fund.
Yeah, Steve, I think you were correct on what we were doing with the recreation fund last year. I do think that this particular article is talking about spending limits for these revolving funds. And I don't know, Sharon, you might be able to clarify. I don't know if these are the total amounts of funds that are in those revolving funds right now, or if it's some lesser amount. Can you clarify that?
Yeah. These are spending limits, and these limits would not allow the fund to go below zero. Absolutely not. So there's more than this in the funds.
So are these specific requests from the departments who run these funds for these,
Yes.
These spending limits?
Yes. Yep. For example, elder housing has a very, very particular specific budget that they submit. And yeah, each one of these departments identified what they needed to spend, what they think they need to spend next fiscal year, not to exceed this amount.
All right, I believe that was the public comment period. Any additional public comments?
Well, Steve, this is Jeff. I was just, if people on the call haven't seen this before, I was just going to say what the numbers were last year.
Okay, go ahead.
almost all of them were the same. The firewood last year was 30,000, now it's 35. As we point out, recreation is new. Ambulance last year was 300,000, it's 375 this year. And then elder housing last year was 287,561 versus 281 now. So that's just a, perspective vis-a-vis last year.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? Marion, you're muted, but if you want to unmute, go ahead.
Yeah, I put a quick comment in chat. Though the way the cemetery funds are managed sounded to me exactly like a revolving fund, and I'm wondering why the cemetery budget is not a revolving fund.
That's actually a good question, and I don't know the answer to that. Does anyone else know?
Steve, can I chime in on that a little bit?
Yes, go ahead, Heidi.
So cemetery has a specific section of the law for cemetery trusts, and it's very specified on what sales can be used for the plots of the land, when they can be put into your budget, what has to go into trusts. And this is one of the reasons I don't think you can use this as a revolving fund. And Paul probably knows more than this because of how the law is set up.
Okay.
Yeah. They tried to do this a few years ago and looked into it, and you're right, there's a state law that says that we collect it all year and then we get it back. And once we get it back, we can spend it on anything we want.
Okay, thanks. That answers my question.
They tried to do it because it makes sense to have it, as you say, a revolving fund.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, any additional public comments? If not, I'll close public comments. Any advisory discussion? No discussion, I'll reopen public comment. All right, I will close the second public comment session and open a voting session. Can I get a motion on disposition for warrant Article 7, revolving funds?
I move favorable action on Article 7.
Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
All right, roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye, so the motion passes 9-0. All right, moving on to Article 8, the stabilization funds. Can I get, I believe, Sharon, can you summarize the stabilization fund amounts that we are proposing this year? Or Heidi?
Yeah, I know we're going to 55,000 to pay back from a funding of a vehicle. And I think Heidi had talked about 25,000 additional.
Yes, that's the amount. Last year we did 10. Prior years we've done 50, and we've got a long-term bond coming up that we'll be discussing again with Standard & Poor's for our rating. And I would like to show that we're replenishing the 150,000 that we took out of our stabilization fund last year. I'd like to show that we have a plan to fund that amount back over the next several years, perhaps, but show that some effort is made to replenish an amount, even in a tough fiscal year. So I'm hoping for a movement of 80,000 total for the stabilization fund.
All right, and just to sort of summarize what the stabilization fund is, it is effectively the town's sort of colloquially rainy day fund, where we put some aside, and every now and then something drastic happens that requires us to spend a significant amount of money in an unforeseen and emergent way. Last year, 2 years, was it? It was last year that we took $150,000 out of the stabilization funds for tree work due to a massive amount of damage from gypsy moths, and this year we are attempting to try to replenish that. Do we have a current balance in the town's stabilization fund?
Yes, it's about $619,894.
All right, and our proposal would be to put $80,000 into the stabilization fund for this coming year. Can I get any additional public comments? If not, I'd like to close public comments and open advisory discussion.
I'd just like to say anything we can do to improve our debt profile, pays returns for each bond issuance going forward, especially in this era of ultra low debt costs. So I'm favorable of funding this as much as we can so that when we do float the bonds, it costs less to the town for the life of the bond.
Does the money that's going into the funds, though, is it coming from, is it being bonded, or is that coming out of free cash?
That would come out of free cash, I believe. Sharon might have this more details.
Yes, it is free cash.
So just to be clear, the amount that going into the stabilization fund is coming out of free cash. Any additional advisory discussion? All right, I'd like to close advisory discussion and reopen public comment. All right, no public comment. I would like to close public comment and open the voting session. Can I get a motion on disposition of Article 8 stabilization funds?
I move for favorable action on Article 8.
And I second it.
I have a motion and a second.
The amount in the motion that we're moving to recommend 100,000 from, I'm sorry, 80,000 from free cash to the stabilization fund.
That's a good question. Do we need to, Mary, do you know, do we need to include the amount in our motion here or only in our final motion at the town meeting?
Well, you are, in your report to the town, you're going to be telling the town what you recommend doing. And so you need the number to tell the town what you're going to recommend. And it will also appear in the motion at town meeting.
At town meeting, okay.
But you need it now.
Okay, all right. Can I get an amended motion that includes the amount?
I'll move to transfer 80,000 from free cash to the stabilization fund.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any additional advisory discussion? All right, I'd like to take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
And I am also a aye. Motion passes 9-0. All right, let's see. So we're now at Article 9, which is the omnibus budget. I'm going to propose that for the sake of advisory, we take a quick 5-minute break right now just to use the bathroom and get a drink of water and whatnot. So it is currently 9:51 a.m. So let's just do it where everybody's at home probably, right? So let's just do a 5-minute break and let's come back at 9:56.
Hey, Jeff, did you get my message?
I'm trying to figure out how to do it, David. I can't do it under participant. Is it under security? I don't know how to do it. Because if I go under participants and pick your name and then pick more, it doesn't show make you a co-host. I've done it before, but I forget where I did it.
Oh, you know what? It might be from Steven's lap. Maybe there can only be 2 other co-hosts.
No, because we had, he made Natalie and Peter Galatano.
Oh, really?
Remove report. I'm trying to figure out how to do it. Because if I go to your name, and then if you do that, let's see here. Where are you? I can't even find you now. Let's see. There you are. Okay. If I pick your name, no. I pick your name and I go to, you can either mute or you can pick more, and the choice is chat, stop video, spot, allow, record, rename, put in waiting room, remove, or report. I don't know how to do host change.
I also had it set up to live stream. To live stream on YouTube, but that button's not there.
Maybe when you left, did that cause it to go away? I don't know.
No, it wasn't.
Now
there
it
at
says
all.
you are a co-host. Maybe Steven did it. You're now shown as a co-host, but I didn't do anything. Steven must have.
He just sat down.
Yes, I just came in. I heard you guys talking. I was like, "What's going on?" And then I saw the. Can you restore my?
How do you make someone? How did you do it, Steve?
So if you hover over anybody's video, and then there's the little the 3 dots there, that brings the drop-down menu, and then one of the options was make co-host. So I clicked that.
Okay, I don't have that as an option. Mine are mute, stop video, chat, play video, or spotlight video. So
Interesting. So you don't have make host there? Maybe only the primary host can make somebody a co-host, I guess.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
I think if Jeff was to leave, he could reassign it. If he was leaving, he could reassign his co-host.
Done that with me, like when we went to executive session sometimes.
Yeah. That's strange. Well, it's back now, so.
Yeah. Back in charge.
I need to make sure that I can have ability to mute Paul.
Where are you going?
We're getting there. I'm going to run and nuke my coffee. I'll be right back.
You got 1 minute, Jeff.
I wish I'd thought of that a little sooner.
Steven?
Yes.
Can you, I'm going to put something up as a shared screen.
Sure.
I just want to make sure you can take it down.
Okay. All right.
That do anything?
Yes, I see you sharing screen. Yes, I can, it says I can stop participants sharing if I want.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
All right, it is 9:58 a.m. now. I would like to call the meeting back into session. Just, of course, various people are now muted or camera offed. But I'll wait to actually start the omnibus. There's a couple housekeeping items that I see people have put into the chat. Addie Mae Weiss is asking, not looking to speak, but she doesn't see a raise hand function in the Zoom. But it is, if you open up your participant list there, and then for me right now, under the three dots and the more option, it'll bring up a menu that seems to have a raise hand option there.
It doesn't for me, Steve.
No, for me, it has thumbs up, thumbs down, clapping, coffee, and a clock.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's true. That is a clap. That is not a raise hand.
I don't know how, I've seen it in some meetings and then I've not seen it in others. I don't know how you do that either. But I told her, I'll monitor the chat.
Yeah.
Stephen, for me, it does show up not under the three dots, but it's actually a separate one. There's raise hand, yes, no, go slower, go faster, and then the three dots, which has the thumbs up and thumbs down, and clap, like you said.
Interesting. Can you, Wasim, can you just, can you do a virtual raise hand? I just want to see if you actually pop up that way. Yeah, there it is. Oh yeah, and there's Sean.
It
All
may
right.
be because I'm listed as a host. So
I'm
maybe
wondering if
that's-
because, yeah, probably because I'm a host, I don't have it either.
Yeah.
So anyways, it should be available as an option there for raising a virtual hand. Also, if you just put in a request to speak into the chat box, one of my various co-hosts will hopefully see that and notify me. Or obviously, if you have your video on and you wave your hand in front of the camera, I will try to see that and call on you as well. And I do believe Frank Orlando had a question about the annual town meeting being online, and I do believe that it is a state regulation that it has to be in person. We cannot have the annual town meeting itself be online.
That may only apply to towns that have full ATMs. The representative, Brookline, is doing a virtual town meeting, but they have a representative form of town meeting.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, it is, the state law is specific to representative town meetings. Open town meetings, which we are not allowed to hold virtual town meetings. Only representative town meetings are allowed to do that.
I chatted, Mary, to Frank that I think we're contemplating having a Zoom presentation of the warrant before the ATM, though. Is that still?
Yes, but there will be no voting, of course.
Right, no voting, but if people wanted to hear the discussion, it'll be
right
online.
Are you allowed to supplement an in-person ATM with Zoom participation for people that have trouble getting there?
No, apparently not.
That's too bad.
That was a question, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, normally there wouldn't even be virtual for representative town meetings. This is all because of COVID and the legislation that was passed in the session laws allowed virtual only for representative. You can, if you think about it over time, you can see why that is, because if you had a virtual town meeting, then, everybody, you'd have to provide the means for everybody to have a device to go to that. And of course, you can't. And if, normally what you might do is say, well, if you don't have your own device, go to the library or the town hall or whatever, but that's exactly what you don't want people to do for health and safety reasons. So.
All right. I believe that everybody from advisory is back, with the exception of Mark Albers, who I know needed to leave to travel today. Oh, no, wait, there's Mark.
I'm still here for a little while.
Still here, still here. All right, so I am moving on to Article 9, the omnibus budget. Now, the way that this is going to work is that the omnibus budget is broken down by town departments, and we're going to sort of work the entire omnibus budget as a consent item for the advisory committee. So I'm going to read off each individual department's line in the budget. For any particular departments where an advisory member feels that additional discussion is warranted, any advisory member can call out a hold on one of the budget items. At the end of reading off the entire omnibus budget, then we will have a discussion and a vote on all of the non-held items collectively. And then after that, we will take each held budget individually for discussion and for individual vote. All right, so I'm going to begin reading the budget lines. All right, so under general government, we have the select board with a total budget of $359,870. Legal counsel, $80,000. Assessors, $138,105. Treasurer, $82,794.
Hold.
All right, we have a hold on the treasurer's budget. Collector, $137,848.
Hold.
We have a hold on the collector's budget. The finance director / accounting, $307,401. Advisory committee, $3,823. Conservation commission, $67,592. Planning board, $51,060. The town clerk, $134,790.
Hold.
We have a hold on the town clerk's budget. Election and registration, $37,581. Town buildings, $304,700. Moving on to protection of life and liberty, life and property, and liberty, I guess. The police department, $2,049,758.
Hold.
We have a hold on the police department budget. Fire and rescue, $454,081. Ambulance, $165,000.
Hold.
We have a hold on the ambulance budget. Inspectors, $96,337. Moving on to the schools. Minuteman Regional has no budget. The Dover-Sherborn Regional School District, and this has been calculated down to the assessment for the town of Sherborn, and that total is $10,017,811. The Tri-County Vocational, $33,892. Sherborn Schools, $6,996,533. Norfolk Agricultural, $47,268. Moving on to Public Works, we have the Department of Public Works, formerly known as Community Maintenance and Development. That is $1,073,253. Snow and Ice, $84,533. Street lighting, $26,000. Solid waste, $299,575. Recycling, $3,230. Cemeteries, $70,500. Moving on to Health and Human Services, $148,063.
Did you want to say which department that was?
Sorry, that was the Board of Health. So Board of Health was $148,063. Council on Aging is $162,037. Veterans is $6,490. Moving on to Culture and Recreation, the library, $513,873.
Hold.
We have a hold on the library. Recreation, $15,000. Historical Commission, $1,300. Moving on to insurance and employee benefits, general insurance, $196,933. Sorry, $176,933. Employee benefits, including OPEB and retirement, $3,050,645. Debt service, $1,399,116. And the reserve account, $300,000. Just FYI, the total for the omnibus budget, including the held items, is $28,896,793. All right, I would like to open up public comment for, first we are going to be discussing only the non-held items. So I'd like to open up public comment for the non-held items of the omnibus budget.
Was there anything for Farm Pond?
You know, there is a line for Farm Pond that was empty, and there's actually no account number listed for Farm Pond, so I didn't actually name it. So I don't.
Farm Pond is a revolving fund.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how they handle their funding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was only asking because I saw it on that spreadsheet, and I was so maybe we should just remove that from the spreadsheet.
Yes, indeed. All right, I would like to close the public comment period for the non-held budget items and open advisory discussion for the non-held budget items.
Steve, I'd just like to reiterate something that you said at the start of this, and to thank the department heads and budget makers who do a darn good job of getting the citizens of this town what the citizens need and deserve, and working efficiently to do it. It's not an easy task, but I, for one, appreciate what they do. So.
Thank you, Steve. And I would like to reiterate also that the department heads have done an excellent job, particularly in this sort of difficult season. They did a good job to begin with before really the coronavirus crisis kind of became what it is. And afterwards, there was a call from the select board to ask departments to essentially look through and tighten their belts as much as they could in anticipation of more difficult financial times ahead. And again, I believe that many of the town departments have done a very good job of further reducing their budgets. And again, I thank all of the budgets makers collectively. We are below guidance, but you know, that's what we're here for. I would like to close the advisory discussion on the non-held budget items and reopen public comment. All right, I'd like to close public comment and now open the voting session. Can I get a motion for a disposition on the non-held omnibus budget?
I move favorable action.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for favorable action. Any additional advisory discussion on the non-held budget items?
Once again, if I just may state, advisory has worked with the budgetary department since last October on this. And so members of advisory have been through this budget along with the department heads numerous times over. So I think that's probably one of the reasons that there's little discussion here at this moment, as we have had numerous meetings on these budget subjects.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to take a roll call vote on the Article 9 FY21 Omnibus Budget for the non-held budget items. Mark Albers?
Aye.
Wasim Basili?
Aye.
Brendan Daly?
Aye.
Peter Galatano?
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal?
Aye.
Stephen Leahy?
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo?
Aye.
Natalie Weir?
Aye.
And I am also an aye. So the motion passes 9-0. Now we're going to return to the held items. Now, I'm going to do something that's slightly unorthodox. The first three held items were the treasurer, the collector, and the town clerk. The discussion of these three budgets, and in particular the salaries of the elected officials, they're intertwined. So although we are going to take our votes for these three individually, I would like to have the discussion for these three sort of together. I will ask for an opening comment from each of the elected officials in order. So first the treasurer, then the collector, then the town clerk. But feel free during the public discussion and advisory discussion portions to discuss these collectively. So first, can I get the treasurer to make any opening comments?
Thank you, Steve. So my ask for this next year was to get paid for the hours that I've been putting in for the job and for the hours that I see coming up in the next year as well. This job has been in transition. It has taken a lot more work than expected. Part of it was doing the research of what you're seeing, some of the articles that have come out. The OPEB trust is going to be taking a lot more work coming up to get more involved with it and get reporting done. I need to look at our financial policies. We need to do a lot of updating on some of those. I've been going through, working individually through the trust, and there needs to be updates on some of that done as well, in addition to my normal daily duties of the banking and some of the investment decisions on the town money. My ideal goal was to get 6 hours, but in this budget year, that's not working. I would like to see at least 2 hours, and the numbers that just came out last night with the advisory one is still a little lower than the 2 hours additional. So my ask is for going from the salary total line to $71,754, which is about $1,110 more than what is listed on the sheet that came out last night. I saw that they decreased the ask that I had for the supplies, and that's an expense side, which is fine. We will get by on that. And I especially think with COVID that we're not going to be going to as many meetings coming up. I'm happy to answer any other questions. I did send something out to the advisory board on doing a salary survey, which I know was of interest to see what the surrounding towns do. And while I think that is great to do, I think this would be a good transition period to try and get 2 hours now while you can do a more formal survey and reassess this starting our budget process, which is going to be starting in October, to go for next year. My hope is that we can, work towards decreasing some of the hours over time. But this job does take a fair amount of work and upkeep that is not really represented right now in the 24 hours that's allotted.
All right, thank you, Heidi. And the collector, Nancy, do you have comments?
I do. My ask this year started out significantly higher, but after talking with Steve and with Peter and everything, I tried to come up with some compromise data. The reason that I'm looking for changes is because I'm structurally trying to change how the positions are compensated, because we've had significant personnel changes, and I am hoping to retire and have a significant personnel change, and we will not have the seasoned people in place as we have had in the past. In 2013, I restructured somewhat because I had an assistant with me who had been for 10 years, and I wanted to turn over some of the responsibility to her. So I traded 2 of my hours then. At that time, I was 26 hours. So I traded 2 of my hours so that I went down to 24, and my assistant went up to 27. And I guarantee you I did not spend 1 minute less when I did that. And going forward, a couple of years later, the town went to try to centralize collections, which we have made progress on. We changed the law so that we could do it by phasing it in rather than just having everybody all of a sudden have to turn the funds over to the collector. And we have made significant progress in that through the years. And we collect from, I sent you a sheet. I don't think I need to reiterate all of that, but we are collecting from many, many different departments now, and have gotten the money off the street, so to speak, because they were collecting, you know, at the beaches and fields and all that, and money would go into people's drawers and not get turned over to the treasurer. Now it comes through us. And almost every department now has a means of either online payment or mail-in payment, or come to the window or drop in the box right now because of COVID. So that in itself has just increased the demands on our department significantly. So I have restructured and had asked if we could adjust the collector's and the assistant collector's salary, and I did it in such a way that the collector would be compensated for 28 hours and the assistant would be compensated for 22 hours, which would not make a difference in the money, except it actually is a plus for the town because there's a little bit of a difference there. And as we've talked in the recent days, I'll accept if you go to the 26 hours, but I would not want to give back enough of the assistant's hours to compensate for that change. The 28 to 22 is an even swap, but again, in my budget, you don't account for the extra hours that we were given last year for clerical work, because there is a significant amount of clerical work that goes with this, taking the non-tax things, because we still have all of the tax things to do too. So last year we were given 6 hours after town meeting to add to our clerical budget. And we were not able to use all of those hours, although we used some of them because we weren't allowed to have anybody come into town hall. So my assistant Pam and I have really been doing many, many more hours than our compensation was based on when it was put together. And I know that as an elected official, we have to do what has to be done, and we have been we've been doing that. But it's very hard to keep up with everything. The things get left behind, and if you don't have the right coverage and staff and so forth, people hurry, mistakes get made, and we have too much money that comes through our window, so to speak, to allow for that. We've always gotten very good audits and very good reports from the state and so forth for what we do, and I hate to see that slip because we can't staff the office well enough. So I would ask for you to consider letting me swap the hours for collector and assistant, which would be no increase in money, and put some more hours in. It's right now you're budgeted for 12. We had 18 last year. If we can get somewhere in between there, the difference if you take the full 6 hours would be $7,390 difference. If you just take the 3 hours, It's $3,689, but I think it's well worth the investment if you can possibly see your way to accept that.
Thank you, Nancy. And the town clerk, Jackie, I know that your request isn't actually higher than our guidance, but just to give everyone context, historically, these three elected officials have had something resembling parity of pay in terms of their hourly rate, while the town clerk does currently have a budget of 2 additional hours per week, which is, reflects the fact that the town clerk's office is open more hours to the public. But I just wanted to give Jackie an opportunity to also make any comments.
Yeah, so I actually am not included in the extra hours for this year. I am working a ton more hours than the 26 hours I'm allotted, but a lot of that is because of the elections year. And I actually, because of the COVID, I can get some extra money because of the CARES Act, or anything because of the elections, it's all covered because of COVID. So Sharon did not include me in the extra budget money that she sent out last night. So I'm okay with waiting for the reassessment process.
All right, thank you. Now I would like to open to public comments. And again, it is fair game to talk about any or all three of these in the current public comment period. All right, I see no public comments. Oh, yes, go ahead.
One thing I'd like to add is when we started out looking after our meeting with you all, looking at the salary surveys that are in existence, it became clear to me that will address your rate, but it's really not going to tell you the number of hours that it takes to do the job. So I don't know how you want to look into that, but most of the reports that come give a rate of compensation per hour and does tell you what the going rate is, but it doesn't tell you how many hours are applied to doing each part of the job. So, so I think some of it you just have to take the feedback from the people that are doing the jobs.
Thank you. I would like to open the advisory discussion on these budgets. I'll make some comments first. This has been an unusual and sort of challenging topic of discussion this year. And I'm still actually not sure what the correct outcome is going to be. I can understand the fact that these officials, all three of you, work very hard and a lot more hours than your budgets list. And I do recognize your contributions to the town, and I do want you all to be compensated appropriately for the work that you do for the town. I believe, as advisory, one of the challenges is trying to make a good decision based on facts that are available and any research that's available. And that's one of the things that I feel is lacking. I do understand and appreciate your position, and I do want to rectify it, but I want to do the job that is appropriate and accurate and good for you guys, and also good for the town. I think that's one of the reasons why we are currently sort of a proponent of performing a salary study to try to determine what is most appropriate. For context, last year the Personnel Board did sort of essentially a study for all of the town employees, with the exception of the three of you, and as a result, several town employees had their pay adjusted upward. So now essentially what I'd like to propose would be to do a similar salary study to cover your three departments. And I can understand that you have some concerns about the fact that the salary studies may not provide all of the relevant information. I guess I would want to sort of leave that to the personnel board and the town administrator, and basically make sure that you guys are also in communication with them to ensure that you are satisfied that the appropriate study was performed, so that we don't end up with a study where you feel like you were not represented in terms of the outcome of the study. But in the interim, I think that's really what we're discussing is, okay, well, what do we do about the budget for FY21 before we have additional information? So I'd like to open that part of the discussion up to the advisory committee. So I'd like to keep the discussion currently among the advisory members.
I'll begin, Steve. I know there's been a few dimensions of change that were mentioned amongst all three positions. The first one being personnel and duties as a result of the state's simplification of government that happened a few years ago, and then the town reacting to that, and then COVID. One is permanent and one is ephemeral, which will go away. What I haven't heard, and I really like some thought in, is how to take advantage of productivity gains. I know we have implemented the VADAR system. I haven't heard much productivity gains from that from anyone who uses VADAR, except that it's new and we haven't really learned how to use it yet. So there are definitely productivity gains in every department that uses VADAR, which we don't know yet. And so that should save time and effort. One individual said we didn't utilize lower paying clerks. That's an easy way to save, is to use temporary clerks, part-time clerks in the short term, so that in the long term, we just don't have FTE and salary inflation. And so I like to challenge each department, but those that are data intensive, which treasury collector and clerks are, to maximize the utility of software for improvement in workflows. And that's my comment.
Maybe I would follow up on both of the previous comments. I too believe that it would be helpful to have some more fact-based analysis behind this decision. I don't know, is there any data available currently on comparable towns that any of you have on comparable towns and the number of hours their collectors or their clerks or their treasurers are currently working, and how that relates to the number of hours that those offices are open to the public? Because we do have quite limited hours that all of these offices are available and open to the public. I'm wondering if there is any proposal from any of you to increase the number of hours that the offices would be open to the public, whether or not an additional amount of hours is agreed to, but perhaps especially if an additional amount of hours were agreed to. So I guess it's a two-part question. Do you have any data on comparable towns in terms of number of hours? And then would you be able to open up additional hours to the public?
Jane, to draft off of that, I did look at Heidi's details that she sent, and other towns seem to synergize both the treasurer and the collector's position because they were combined. And so, not that we have to have one person do both, but to have more synergies may be of value to the town too. And that was, Heidi may be able, after the advisory discussion, to touch upon the terms of the other towns that were in study. But they did have treasurer/collector positions.
I think that's a very good point, Peter, because that is, to your point about productivity, I think that is one way that efficiency and productivity, increased productivity, has been realized by many other towns.
Can I comment? I think the suggestions that I've heard so far, I think, are sort of long-range solutions to what seems to me to be a pretty short-range problem. I see these three requests as essentially statements that the budgets that were initially proposed do not cover the costs of providing the services that we're receiving. And the question for us, I think I take the folks who have submitted these budgets at their word. I think they know better than any of us what it costs to do this, to do their work, and how many hours it takes, and so forth. So, against that backdrop, if we accept that there's a mismatch between the resources that have been allocated in the budget, or that we would like to allocate in the budget, and the job that we want them to do, the question is, okay, who absorbs the cost? Is it the town, or is it the individual personnel? And I don't think it is at all equitable to say, okay, you know what, until we're able to satisfy ourselves that we are doing this in a really careful and reasonable way, which is the long run solution. We need to understand what can be synergized. We need to understand where we fall relative to comps. But in the short run, I don't think it is fair to make the personnel of the town bear the unbudgeted costs to perform their duties at the level that we are asking them to. And it seems like a fairly modest amount of money compared to some of the other line items. And, I think, let me just close with this thought, that, if we were to receive a budget proposal that said, look, we have this vendor and we had initially budgeted so many dollars for the year for this vendor, and they came back to us and said, well, you know what, we can't do it, we need more. There's a mechanism in our process to accommodate that, and I frankly don't think it would be an issue in the short term. So I'm supportive of the budget requests as they've been made right here.
May I request that we go back to my two-part question, because I actually didn't hear an answer to either parts of my question. I mean, and Heidi, I think you did do some comparative data, and I don't know if you'd like to speak to that, but perhaps if you would like to, I think we'd love to hear that. And also the second part of the question about opening for additional hours.
Sure. Do you want me to speak now, or wait till your advisory finishes discussion, or?
No, Heidi, you can go ahead and speak, since, essentially we're asking you for more information at the moment.
Okay. I was trying to just do a quick survey to get a feel for what the offices are and to give you guys some data to look at. And again, it's only a starting point. I do think that it shows that, as Drew was suggested, this is something that should be looked into and see what works. I do feel in the next year we're going to be in transition, and that things are going to be changing. So a decision made right now may not be the same decision that we're looking at next year at this time, because hopefully we are getting more efficient and more use with VADAR, as Peter has mentioned. So I look at this as there's a short-term ask, roughly 2 hours on the treasurer and collector's side to cover the hours needed, which is still lower than probably we're using. I do feel the data shows that most departments, most departments are using treasurer collector combined, but I did actually call several of them and talk to them and trying to get a feel for some of the hours on the breakdown. The positions are different. I do think the other departments maybe use administrative staff more, just as Peter was mentioning, the data, the clerks entering in information, and that would be better use of the time. But I don't feel we're going to get an answer today to say this is the answer to do, and this is the best way to handle it.
Yes, Nancy, do you have any a response to Jane's questions? You're still muted right now, Nancy. All right, go ahead.
I also sent out on my listserv for the collectors association. We do have a salary survey, and I started to review that, and that's when I came to the conclusion that this wasn't going to tell you what you needed. It will tell you that the rate that is paid to towns that we compete with and towns that we like to compare ourselves to is lower, but it doesn't tell you what we do in our office. And on my listserv, I sent out a question asking if towns have centralized their collections so that they're collecting more than tax revenue. And the responses that I've gotten so far, and I have not heard from very many of them, is that no, they're collected at department level, which is what we used to do, and it was not successful. So most towns do not have to handle the different department money that we do. And that was a result of the vote in 2015, I think, when they made me a town collector rather than a tax collector. So that has greatly impacted the office. The other thing is, at our level, we have not been able to incorporate all of the VADAR because of COVID. They were not able to come in and set us up and teach us. So we are still on the system for all of fiscal 21. We are on the same system that we have used before. And actually, when we go to VADAR, we're still the point of entry on the data. So we don't yet know how much that's going to make the tax part of the operation more efficient. I know you're looking for efficiencies, but I know that when we looked at the two budgets, doing one for VADAR and then having to swap over to go back to our original vendor, there were some differences in things that we could do. But that is not going to make a big difference in the other part of the job, which is the non-tax stuff now, where we collect for the pond stickers and dog licenses and all of that kind of thing. Because that's a lot of data entry, and that's why I did last year ask for extra clerical, so that we didn't have us trying to do all of the entry. And it increases the handling of the mail, it increases the handling of the online payments, and all of the turnovers and so forth that have to be done to the treasurer of that money. As far as the hours issue is concerned, we are basically open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. People can do their business. Anybody who calls me and wants to meet with me, I come down here on a Sunday, I come down here at nighttime. So, but we need to have time that we can work on what we need to do to close out payments and so forth. So, and it's not a one-person job anymore. The phone rings, the people come to the counter, we don't know when they're going to come to the counter. Staffing is, so that it covers all of that, is a challenge in and of itself. You cannot have one person in this office, and that's been proven through this COVID thing. This has been very, very difficult to deal with. But we've tried extended hours in the past, and we find that it's waste of our resources, because we might have one or two people to take advantage of that. But if we do a nighttime hour or an extended hour, we lose the banks, we lose the lawyers, we lose some of the other things that have to be contacted during the daytime. So I have always felt that it's a waste of resources to extend those hours, because if we were open all day, the people who can't come earlier in the day usually can't come until evening, because they're coming in back from jobs in Boston or whatever. And that's why I've always made myself available by appointment. If somebody cannot make it here and they need to deal with me, and we extend hours on due dates of the taxes so that people can, I usually extend them into the early evening. So hours really, it is not a big issue as far as open to the public. We don't advertise any open time because we don't want people to count on time that we can't cover with staffing. So, but we are here well beyond our published hours, and people can tell you I'm very often the last person to leave the building at 5 o'clock. And we do come in on Friday to help move the things that selectmen need to be reseated and so forth. But we don't advertise those hours because we can't always staff them, and we don't want people to come expecting us here and be disappointed. So as I say, anybody who has a problem meeting our hours, we accommodate them. I don't think that's a big issue here. And I have not heard people complain greatly to us that we're not available when they need us.
Thanks,
I
Nancy.
follow up on something else you just said, Nancy. I think I heard you say that for all of fiscal 21, you would not be on VADAR. And, you know, to Peter's point, we were hoping and expecting that there would be significant efficiencies gained from the implementation of VADAR throughout the town, and with that synergy that would be created. And I think you mentioned COVID. I guess I'm a little puzzled as to why there couldn't be any virtual training. You know, most of us have been conducting business virtually during COVID, and certainly for another entire year for all of FY21. It seems a little unusual to me if you were assuming that COVID or anything else is going to prevent this from happening at all during the next year. Would you please speak to that?
Well, because we go on a fiscal year, when we went to quarterly billing, we had to change over the program for quarterly billing, and that's for the entire fiscal year. It doesn't make sense to start that with one vendor and go to another. We could not have people in to be trained, and you have to train your staff, and we couldn't have our staff in, and we couldn't have the VADAR come in. And they like to phase in the VADAR. They have to get the files from the former vendor, and it's complex because there are several years of motor vehicles. And so the plan was to go to VADAR with the second or third motor vehicle commitment for 2020, and that couldn't happen because that's when the COVID hit. So decisions had to be made, and Sharon and David and the finance team all talked about it and said, because it's not just our department, that's the assessors have a big role when that rolls over to VADAR. And so the decision was made to stay with Point, which has been very, very accommodating and very successful for the fiscal year. And I don't know when VADAR is going to be able to come in to start the motor vehicle. And so that's where we are. We tried to stay with the most efficient, most economical thing. It would be very hard to have staff know what to do unless they could have a training. I mean, we could do one or two people, but that was not it. That would be in my department. The assessors would need training, and they've already told the assessors they will be in office there when they move to the new program. So it just did not make sense. It was a decision Sharon put on the table. We all discussed it, and we agreed that we would be fine putting off that transfer. But again, I want to emphasize that does not look like is going to decrease the things that we have to do in our office. It will mean that when it's passed on, the treasurer and the accounting's office will have the figures without having to re-enter them. And some of the data that they've had to re-enter will be directly transferred to them. But as far as when someone pays it or billing and so forth, we still have to handle, and we'll be processing 4 times a year rather than twice a year. And as I said, other towns, when you're making comparison, you need to ask them if they've centralized collection, because most towns do not. They have full-time departments doing recreation, doing the building departments and so forth, where there are people there that take payments and so forth, and then it gets turned over to the treasurer from the department rather than coming through the collector's office. So
Nancy, did VADAR offer any remote training?
I can't hear you.
Did VADAR offer any remote training?
I did not deal directly with VADAR.
Yeah.
This was something that was being done through the accountant and the town administrator?
Yeah, Natalie, there were a lot of moving parts, and Vadar absolutely agreed that this was not the time to make a major change, moving from Point to Vadar. Not only was there a huge learning curve and training, our systems needed massive updates. We weren't even on Windows 10. So a lot of work had to be done behind the scenes, and there was just no way we could get that accomplished. Our consultant couldn't even come in and do all the all the work for our IT project. So it was the right decision. And this year we will move back, move towards the migration to Vadar for collections and billing. But we will do that, like Nancy said, with excise tax.
Thank you. I want to interject here. Even though we're in the advisory discussion portion, Charles Yan has comments he'd like to make, and since Select Board is actually also in session right now, I'm going to allow it. So Chuck, go ahead.
Great, thanks, Steve. Yeah, I've got 4 or 5 comments, but Drew have already made a couple of them. I agree with everything he said, so I'll deal with those points quickly. Fundamentally, I think there's a disconnect between a long-term assessment of needs and staffing and a short-term issue here. Fundamentally, my companies and when I've been supervising people, you want to hire well, but you also want to retain and keep the people that are good and that are performers. And when it's time for the town to go out and go to market, we end up paying market rates, which are much higher. So I think we're talking about a relatively small sum of money. We spent a fair amount of time on it, so I've lost track of how much that is. But the Select Board, we hired Aaron Kenny, who was a terrific fire chief. He got a huge salary increase to go to another town. When we were looking, we were trying to look at comps and sizing, and that's a little hard with the fire department. But at the end of the day, it's not particularly relevant because you're going to pay market rates. When you find a candidate you like and you're replacing them. So I think that I have a question about how much money we're talking about here, because I think we spent a lot of time talking about a relatively small sum, but hiring well and retaining your staff, people that are performing well, is important. So how much money are we talking about for these 3 positions total?
I guess it depends on if we're talking about the official original request or if we are talking about some sort of an in-between compromise. If you look at the treasurer's official request and the collector's official request, prior to advisory discussions combined, that's somewhere in the $20,000+ range. And then the town clerk, again, we're discussing, but she has not officially increased her budget request. There's also another element here is, as Nancy had mentioned, her clerk's hours have increased from 12 to 18 hours. Now that change occurred in June of last year. It was after the town meeting. It was after the collector's budget was already approved at town meeting. So that was an additional salary expenditure, which had never actually come through advisory. So even though her clerk has been working at 18 hours per week for the past year, this is actually the first time advisory is officially evaluating that. And I believe those 6 hours comes out to an additional a little bit over $7,000. So collectively, we're looking at somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 of additional salary that these requests are. So I think our goal right now as advisory is to find some amount that is less than that maximum, but still enough to basically tide over these departments until a more thorough long-term assessment is.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is the municipal employee market isn't as bad. When my company goes out to hire in the biotech market rate is always higher than the incumbent. So you find somebody good, staff them, keep them motivated, and pay them well. I think the town has a history of getting work that we don't, it should be a fundamental principle that we're going to compensate people for the work that they put in. So I would urge advisory to find a compromise that's acceptable between your committee and the heads of these departments.
Yeah, Steve, if I may,
Yep, go ahead.
just add a comment. I've been thinking this through the last week because I know we had some pretty good discussion about it about a week ago. But I agree with Drew. I think now adding this two-pronged approach, I think, is the right way to do it. I think the immediate request is not very significant. I'm in favor of the 2 hours added to each, which I think is less than the amounts that you just mentioned. And I don't think that hinders or ties us down to anything that wouldn't be found in any sort of study that we would do for the long-term solution. So just to cut to the chase, I think that just adding the 2 hours for now and then going with whatever our long-term solution is the way to go.
Thank you. Jeff, go ahead.
So I just want to echo, I mean, Chuck and Drew were way more eloquent than I am, but I feel strongly we should go with their original request. This is just ridiculous to me. These people are professionals and they are managing the department well and collaborating well. We can always do studies, but as has been pointed out by Nancy and others, the studies aren't going to help if they're only evaluating hourly rates rather than the number of hours. So we have to, it's certainly worth looking for possible efficiencies, but I find it insulting to assume that they're not already working as professionals in each of their departments to find these efficiencies. And you heard Sharon say that, there were challenges in getting VADAR implemented, and we're working through that process. So I would support their original request, not a compromise request, because these people, if you want to go to town hall, which I do, they're working probably at least 10 hours a week each, more than their request. So I find us being penny wise and pound foolish, as Chuck said. And I feel that vehemently.
Thank you, Jeff. Can I bring it back to advisory? Does advisory have any additional comments?
Steve, if I may, I would like to comment that similar to what Mark Albers was saying, it's clear to me that we need to figure out a way to revise the salaries of these 3 elected positions. And to do that would require a true study, to Jeff's point, of not just the hourly wage, but the hours needed to do the job. I do think that we should have that, we as a town should have that study done. I think that in the interim, adding 2 hours per week to each of the positions moves us in the right direction. I don't think I'm confident that the end output of any study would be at least 2 hours per week more. But I'd also add that at this point in time, it's already almost August, and the next town meeting is effectively, 9 months away? And the budget process really starts in about 3 months. And so while Jeff Waldron, you make a valid point that the people who are working these jobs are worth more than they're being paid at this point in time, I do feel like procedurally giving some level of raise of hours now, though these are salary positions, would be beneficial, and hopefully that can tide us over for the relatively short period of time until we can get a study done and get some what I would consider correct or market value numbers in place.
Thank you. I'd like to actually ask a question maybe of David Williams, if you are here currently and can answer, because I feel like what advisory is looking for is a good salary study, and I hear some consternation from the collector and the treasurer that the study will be inadequate. I guess I would like to have some sort of assurance that a study that's spearheaded by the town administrator and the personnel board would be able to obtain or ascertain the information that the collector and treasurer feel be necessary to do an accurate evaluation of their needs.
Yeah, the personnel board can meet with both of them and find out their whole operations. The thing goes back, you have
David, I think you're frozen.
me?
Sorry, we missed the last maybe 30 seconds of what you said.
Okay. So the town to have one, they'd vote one salary for the elected official. There were no accruals. So the town started at some point treating them as hourly employees, which was probably just to get them fitting into the payroll calculated on an hourly rate. But it hasn't been looked at how many hours a job really should be. And that's really what the personnel board has experience in. So I think that they will be able to report back after consulting with them to see what they believe. I mean, what the department heads believe, and then have personnel board actually do a study with us. But the figure is has kind of always been based on whatever the town can afford is what it was going to pay its elected official. So that kind of needs to change. So the treasurer is changing to an appointed position, and that will be clearly an hourly rate. You have an hourly rate of have outside salary study, as well as the town clerk. So it would make sense to look at all three of them right now. Does that help?
Yes, thank you, David. I guess the way that I see it, I feel both ways in terms of what Drew said, and then what Jeff said, which was a bit a step further, which is that essentially I do recognize that the work that the three officials are doing is significantly more than the work it says that they are doing in the budget, and I also recognize that from the perspective of the town, I do think that we want to get a better evaluation of what it is that they're doing and what the appropriate compensation should be. And so I do feel strongly that we should agree to do a salary study for all three that will be spearheaded by the town administrator and the personnel board. But the question right now in front of us is, okay, well, in the interim, in fiscal year 21, what should we do? Yes, I know, Nancy, you have said multiple times that one of your concerns is that you're retiring soon and you want to make sure that whoever the next collector is getting a compensation which is appropriate for the job that she or he will be taking on. And I want to assure you that that is also our goal, and that is part of the reason why we want to do the salary study. And I think that we would like to get that done within the next, effectively 6 months, right? So that by fiscal year 22, we have that information and can have basically a more well-informed discussion about what those salaries should be. I know that there has been some support from both the collector and the treasurer for the modest sort of 2-hour increase for this coming year. Which I feel like advisory generally is in support of. To me, one of the questions also then becomes that position of the collector's clerk going from 12 to 18 hours, which is effectively a $7,390 increase. And I feel like that spot is currently in limbo. And I think it's one that I would also want this salary study to address, to determine what the assistants within each of these offices should be tasked with and how much they should be getting paid and how many hours to do that. I feel like that should also be part of it. So I guess the question would be for the advisory members, how you feel about what to do about those additional 6 hours for the assistant in the coming year. So I'd like to, again, keep this conversation within advisory if possible.
Did you want me to, did you want me to respond to that, or do you want?
I guess first I'd like to hear what advisory feels, because if it becomes clear that there is a majority opinion within advisory about how we want to handle that, then, I think that I may move a motion, but if there is not agreement, then I'll be looking for more input.
Well, my view is that those hours had not previously been approved by advisory, and that if we were to agree to additional hours, that should be part of the study that you're referring to, Steve. I don't know what legitimate basis we have right now, basis in fact that we have right now to make a determination about whether those hours are appropriate or not, or whether those hours should be with that particular individual or that role, or whether the hours should be, spread around somewhere else instead. So I feel like we don't really have the data to know the answer to that question at this point.
Jane, if I could respond really quickly, I think I've been pretty gratified by the discussion to this point. I think there is a real kind of focus on accountability and cost management that I think the taxpayers in the town should be grateful for. But I have to disagree with the premise that there's no basis for us to evaluate the requests. I think we have the views of 3 professionals in the town who are actually charged with doing the work, and I don't have any basis for questioning that. I don't really have any frame for kind of questioning their views as to what the number of hours should be. I think in the long run, we need to have a better sense. If that is the view of the board and the taxpayers, we need to have a better sense of what those jobs entail, and we need to be able to execute or to exercise rather better oversight of how the jobs are being done relative to what is actually needed. But right now, I don't think we have that factual basis. What we have is 3 people who I think do a very competent job, who are saying, look, I can't, what I am being tasked to do does not match up with the resources that I'm being given. And I think we have to take them at their word.
Well, to be clear, I certainly did not mean to suggest that I was questioning the, integrity or the honesty or, of anyone who was saying that this, this job takes more hours than we're currently being paid for. I certainly appreciate that, and I'm not disputing that. My concern is more that I think that probably describes the plight of most people who live in this town and most, professionals in this country today. And so therefore, what is a fair, how do you determine what is fair and how many hours you should be paid and what rate you should be paid at? And I think that is the type of thing that personnel boards or, HR groups of HR professionals decide. I think that's how those things are typically said. And so that's why I come out feeling the way I feel. But I certainly don't mean to question anyone's integrity about what they're saying about, the amount of time they spend. And we certainly appreciate that. I certainly appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I did not want to imply that you were questioning that in any way. I think, I appreciate that perspective. But I think one thing that gives me comfort here is we're not being asked to bridge the full gap between, what the jobs are actually entailing and what they are currently resourced at. What we're being asked to do is to take an incremental step towards parity between resources and responsibilities. And, I think the magnitude of that step is, I'm comfortable that is probably, that's justifiable, that where the ultimate balance between budget and services comes out, I think it'll probably be beyond what the requests are for this year. Does that make sense? I don't know if I put that across very clearly.
No, I think that's good.
Steve, I have a clarifying question quickly. It has been said that the assistant collector increase mid-year wasn't reviewed by advisory. my assumption would be that that was handled via reserve fund transfer, which advisory would have had to have signed off on. Is that correct?
No, there was no reserve fund transfer. Essentially, I think what happened was the town administrator and the financial director sort of tacitly approved the collector to essentially increase those hours, saying that in hopes that ultimately she would find the money for that within her own budget, which ultimately did happen. So no reserve. And then if it didn't happen, that a reserve fund transfer request may have occurred near the end of the year, but it never did happen.
Okay.
And I believe Nancy, I think, has a comment about it. Go ahead, Nancy. And you're still muted. You're still muted.
Hang on.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh.
Okay, hold on.
Go ahead. You're
Okay.
you're good now.
I just want to correct, that was not my assistant. That was our lowest paid clerks. And there are 3 of them that share the job. And basically they come in time to take the mail, open the mail, which includes other departments because they get addressed to us if they're going to be paying something, to mark the bills and the checks, and to process them, data entry in the computers. So it is not the assistance hours that we're asking to increase. In fact, those are the hours that I have been willing to help compensate for the increase in the collector's hours, because I believe a new collector coming in, no matter where they come from or what they've had for, is going to be having to do hands-on much more than when I restructured and passed down to my assistant. There will be no seasoned assistant to be the kind of support group that I had when I decided to pass the 2 hours down. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that once a collector is comfortable with an assistant, that they'll want to do the same thing. I can't speak for who is going to follow me, but right now for this fiscal year, I would like to leave, and I would like to leave whoever's going to follow me well positioned to be successful in the job and not be overwhelmed. And I think that the proposal that I made for the 28 for the collector and 22 for the assistant is no increase in the budget. In fact, it gives you back a few dollars. But I would ask that if you can't go the 6 hours to bring me up to 18, that you think about maybe even 3 hours, because it's clerical work. It's the cheapest work that we have, and we try to pass as much down to that as we can. And when I went to David and to Sharon, and they made my case to them, because David is the HR person in the building, they seemed to understood last year when I went to them that there was a need, and they signed off on that. And I did understand that nothing's carved in stone until it passes muster here. But my way, and my way always has been to try to get the least expensive people to do whatever can be done. And there are certain things the clerks cannot do, but they can do data entry, they can open mail, they can file, they can mark stuff. I use the veterans, I use the senior work-off program to try to keep the impact of the budget as low as I can for our taxpayers, because I am one of those as well. So.
Thank you, Nancy. David Williams has indicated he wants to say something, so go ahead, David.
I just wanted to say that the one thing that we hadn't mentioned was it's really the market of whoever is going to go into that position. So there's no way that you can take care of a department for the future to be run by somebody else, because they're going to change things. They're going to have different salary demands and different views. So what the personnel board would be looking at would be putting it into a range with comparable positions in town hall. That I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, thank you. I think what I'd like to do right now, we're still technically in the initial advisory discussion phase, but I'd like to make sort of a proposal and see how advisory members feel before I open back up to public comment. But it does seem like there is support for some amount of increase in hours, but there is some disagreement as to how much, but that I personally feel the two-pronged attack of a modest increase this year, followed by a salary study to hopefully inform the FY22 budget seems reasonable. And what I'd like to propose is to essentially increase the treasurer and collector's budgeted hours each by two hours per week. And as Nancy had indicated, for her clerical assistant to increase by 3 hours rather than 6 hours. And for the town clerk, as much as I would like to give her an additional 2 hours to match the treasurer and the collector, she has indicated multiple times that she is okay without that, particularly because I believe she is receiving supplemental pay due to the COVID-19 issue. But again, I think the clerk should be included in the salary study. So that would be my proposal, is that to increase the treasurer and the collector each by 2 hours, and the collector's clerk by 3 hours. I'd like to keep this with the advisory members for the moment and see how you all feel about that.
Steve, I'd go with the 2 hours for the treasurer and the clerk and keep the assistant at the 18 hours. So the full 6-hour addition due to a number of people evaluating that throughout the year.
Okay, and just to clarify, you said the treasurer and the clerk. I think you meant the treasurer and the collector?
Treasurer and the collector, yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any more advisory input?
Yeah, just to refresh my memory, what were the initial hourly requests? I thought a couple of them were 2 hours, but
The initial hourly request was for both the treasurer and the collector to be increased by 6 hours, and then for the collector's clerk to also be increased by 6 hours.
okay, alrighty. I mean, you know, I think a slightly contrary view. I would support authorizing the full budget request. I think, you know, I appreciate that the town clerk just kind of framed this as a nice to have rather than a must have. And it sounds like there's also another source of funds due to the COVID-19 monies from the state. So I'm okay not adding hours in the town clerk office, but the other two offices, it sounds to me like there's a gap to me that seems like we should, needs to be filled, and I support the full request.
Thank you.
Drew, you make valid points, though. I believe that, so the requests are effectively an almost 25% increase in both those salaries. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that percentage, not just hourly numbers.
Yeah.
I think each are doing 24, 26 now.
So Steve, that's a very fair point. Do we know what the dollar amounts are, what the incremental increases for collector and treasurer?
Off the top of my head, it was about 13,000 each was the initial request.
Okay. I think
it's
sure. But I my perspective is it's a comparatively small amount relative to some of the other line items in the budget. So I think I'm still supportive.
Sharon, did you have a
precise
number on that?
Yeah, the latest request, it's $21,861. However, Nancy's request was her latest one was only for 28 hours as opposed to 30. So she ratcheted it down. So I think, there'd be another couple thousand. So, but I mean, it's, on a $28 million budget, 25,000, it's pretty small.
Okay. Sorry, was that Natalie? Go ahead.
I am. Sharon, you're saying that this would that the 2 hours that people are talking about, plus I think you said the 6 hours of a clerk that was already hired or already increased, that all comes up to be $20,000?
I'm saying that the latest version, so the latest version has the treasurer at 30 hours and it has the collector at 28 and the assistants at 22. So that accounts for 21,861. But I do believe that, Nancy lowered the collector's hours. I think that should go back up to the 30.
So Nancy lowered the collector's hours, but you want to increase them for her. Is that what you just said?
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, that was her original request.
Yeah,
Was
Nancy's
6
original
hours.
request was for 30
6,
hours,
yes.
during the course of us trying to negotiate. I think it's gone through multiple iterations. I think that's why
Absolutely.
That's why I'm not overly concerned about what the current iteration is. I'm sort of like more concerned about, okay, well, what is the outcome that advisory is going to support, and that these 3 departments would also be, in support of.
Steve,
So
this is Mark. I'd be in favor of what Peter mentioned, the 2, and the 6.
Okay. Thank you. Brendan, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, we're not talking about a lot of money, and these are valued employees. I'd certainly be willing to approve the current request, and I'd probably be willing to approve the original request as well.
Thank you. Jane?
Yeah, Steve, I would support your suggestion that we do the 2, and the 3. That would be my preference.
Thanks. And Natalie, what is your feeling about it?
I would support your suggestion that we do 2 and 2 and 6. Was it 6 or 3?
Well, which one do you support?
Well, because I thought it was the 6 originally. So I guess I will support the 2 and 2 and 3, like Jane said.
Okay. So it seems to be a bit mixed within advisory support for 2 hours, 2 hours, and 3 hours, 2, 2, and 6, or the full original request. I feel like the most generally sweeping compromise here would be, in fact, 2 hours each for the treasurer and the collector, and then 6 hours for the collector's clerk. I'll open this back up for comment, public comment. Michael Lesser. Yeah, you're muted right now.
Hi, Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street, just as a resident. I would support something more than your current consensus. Sorry for the background noise. I think it should be more than the 2. I would somewhere between there and the other people's thinking that it would be the full initial request, that it's appropriate to give them more than that, because I don't think it's appropriate for the town to basically take advantage of its employees to some extent. I see that even as in other departments and things like that. So I would support doing more than what you're offering there, and that also that you adequately spec out and resource any of the studies that you're doing. Having personally done as a volunteer the study of what it looks like, what we do in our town versus what other towns do, it's quite complicated to do the apples and apples. Amazingly complicated to do that. But I think it's important to do that kind of study and have some both aggregate ways of doing it, not just by position, but by whole department. And so what, because every place structures it very differently. So I think it's not a simple study, and I make sure that it's adequately resourced because it takes a lot of time, having done it myself. But I think, so I guess I'll leave it there. And there are efficiency gains. I'll make a comment that's probably not, even though it's been going on very long, but it's interesting when the department takes on certain things like collecting money from other departments in town, where we talked about how, geez, now we would have efficiencies in the other departments. It also turns out that other departments tend to be understaffed in a way. And so it allows them to do more of what they were supposed to do rather than collect stuff. So it's a tricky issue to figure out how to really monetize the efficiency gains there. But I certainly want to see gains in efficiency, but it gets a little complicated. And I just want to make sure that we get something that really serves our purposes when we do that. But again, I would push for more than what your current consensus seems to be. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Any additional public comment?
Steve, I would agree with almost everything that Michael said. I would support the original request. I think we have folks that are very good at their job, that put in more hours than anybody. When I'm at town hall, if there's one car that's consistently there, we all know whose it is. And this feels like nickel and diming. So I agree with what Jeff and what Michael said, and I would urge you to support the original request.
Thank you. Any additional public comments?
Yeah, it's Jackie. May I say
yes,
something?
Go ahead.
So I guess I'm not really speaking as a town clerk. I'm speaking as a resident, but or actually as a town clerk, I guess. I just want everyone to understand that the majority of what these three offices do is behind the scenes. So I know Jane was asking about, hours open to the public, but I would say 85% of what the town clerk's office does is behind the scenes. And I know Nancy and Heidi, their offices are exactly the same way. It's not necessarily dealing with the public. It's all the stuff behind the scenes. So I just wanted to make a comment about that.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
This is Daryl Beardsley.
Yes, go ahead, Daryl.
Okay. So as someone who has to oversee staff in one of the departments, I think it's also up to those of us who manage the staff to understand what they're doing, and then we can be justifying this. So, and that would be easier than going out to try to compare, as Michael was saying, to try to compare to other towns. So, and I'm always happy to explain what the Board of Health staff is. I may have a slightly more intensive relationship with the staff, given all the big issues that we've been dealing with for so many years. So I know what they do in and out and can always vouch for the time that they spend. So I hope that other chairs of committees or what have you are able to do the same. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Any additional public comment? All right, I would like to close public comment. I'm going to open the voting session, but before I call for a motion, I do want to make sort of some more comments. One is that I am certainly sympathetic to the idea that these three offices do much more work than it says they do on paper. One of the considerations that I have, of course, as the advisory chair is what do the changes mean for the town? And one of the considerations is, of course, anytime you increase a budget line, because of the nature of how we typically do our guidance, it basically resets that baseline for that item, in perpetuity. And it's much harder to change things down than it is to change things up. So that is a consideration of mine, which is part of the reason why I would like to wait for a full salary study that everybody can be confident that is accurate and is on board with before making the change. I also, one of my considerations is that not to necessarily put this back on the select board, but you know, even after the you know, most of the budgets were fairly well set, we got another call from the select board to essentially ask all of the town departments to basically tighten up and find more savings where they can. So that is also a consideration of mine. I mean, I think it's lost on nobody that the nation is about to enter a pretty significant, well, we've already entered a pretty significant economic recession. So I want to make a decision moving forward that is as fully informed as possible. I don't want to jump the gun, but after this, we're going to be talking about the police department. And I also keep that in the back of my mind, which is that, you know, for years, the police department has been asking for more staff. And we have generally resisted their calls for more staff until they did an appropriate study that showed that what they needed. You know, we're about to talk about that next, but I keep that in mind that we denied the police department additional staffing until they did an appropriate study. It feels more internally consistent for us to have that same strategy with the other town departments. So with that in mind, I would like to call for a motion on a disposition for the we're going to take each of these one by one. So let's begin with just the treasurer's budget. Can I get a motion for a disposition on the treasurer's budget?
Yes.
I move that, oh,
I'm sorry, just as a process matter, you know, it sounds like there may still be some, it sounds like maybe we have not reached a full consensus. And so what I would propose is that number one, we move the budget as proposed, meaning the budget that was initially proposed, and take a vote on that. And if that does not pass, then we move the compromise budget, Steve, that you proposed.
Okay.
what's in the budget presented today? What's in the omnibus budget presented right now?
When you say presented, do you mean the number that I read out, or the original department request? Because they are different.
My question is the number you read out.
The number that I read out for the treasurer is 82,794. And for perspective, the official treasurer's request is 92,492. It's just shy of $10,000 higher.
Does that represent 2 hours or more than 2 hours?
I believe that represents 6 hours. Is that right, Heidi and Sharon?
Yes, it does. 6 hours for the treasurer.
Okay, so can I, Peter, can I move that we move for disposition of the collector's budget with the original?
Sorry, we're talking about the treasurer right now.
I'm sorry, the treasurer. The treasurer was 6 hours. Can I move that we move for action on, move for favorable action on the original 6 hours of additional salary time request from the treasurer? That was extremely mangled, but hopefully you guys get what I'm asking for.
I yield to my esteemed colleague.
All right, there is a motion on the floor for favorable action on the treasurer's budget as originally submitted to the town. I want to include the number there, and that's 92,492. Is that? So there's a motion on the floor for that for the treasurer's budget. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion on that?
May I just for clarification that the only difference here is the 6 hours for the treasurer, is that correct?
Yes, yes. All right, I'm going to do a roll call vote on the treasurer's budget. The motion on the floor is favorable action for a budget of $92,492, which was the original treasurer's request. Mark Albers.
Nay.
Wasim Basili.
Nay.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Nay.
Drew Koshal,
Aye.
Stephen Leahy,
Nay.
Jane Matarazzo,
Nay.
Natalie Weir,
Nay.
and I am also a nay. So the motion fails 2-7. Can I get a new motion on the treasurer's budget?
Steve, I move that we increase the salary of the treasurer's compensation by the equivalent of 2 hours, and that's it. That's all we're discussing.
All right, so the motion is favorable action for increasing the treasurer's budget from advisory's recommendation by 2 hours. Just a procedural question. Am I allowed to just not have the official number in there and just make that contingent on the number ultimately calculated by Sharon? Or do we need to get the real number right now in the motion?
Sharon should be able to.
Okay, great.
that right now.
All right, can I get a second on that motion?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second.
May I just say that Sharon would probably have the number. Sharon, do you have that number?
Okay, so that would be, wait a minute. Treasurer. That would be an increase of 4,394. So the new compensation number would be 71,553.
And then what would be the total treasurer's budget?
All right, let me just plug that in.
I'm sorry, can I just ask, because I'm a little confused. I thought, Sharon, you said that 2 hours would be 4,394, but if the original request was for 6 hours and that's just 10,000 more than what we were recommending, that doesn't seem to add up.
Could I make a clarification?
Yes, Heidi, go ahead.
What the difference is, I had put in for 12,000 something for the expenses line, and that was reduced to 10,000 to my prior year's one of 10,100 and something, 10,545. So that's the difference of what came off on the line. So the total budget was not the same increase of 4,394. I think the total budget increase then becomes like 2,999.
Heidi, you may be looking at the wrong column, because our final recommendation was to give you the expense amount that you are looking for.
Yeah, the number, Heidi, the number I read out included 12,150 for your expenses.
Oh, okay. I thought Sharon's budget yesterday said a total of 81,000 something for.
No,
Never mind.
there was a new column that was added.
Yeah, the green headed column is the one that we're
Okay.
working off.
Never mind.
If the $10,000 difference in the salary represents 6 hours, those numbers don't add up.
No.
So for the sake of time, I would let Sharon do her work after the fact and just agree to the hourly equivalent increase to the salary.
Is that allowed procedurally? Do you know, Mary?
Well, I guess it is, but I think it would be better if you had a number, because I think everybody needs to understand all options.
Okay.
So
Third of the difference, which is the 2 hours versus 6 hours, is 3232, FYI.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't we take the two numbers and divide by 3?
That's what I did.
Yeah, right, so.
Is that right, Sharon?
43,954.
Per hour, 1616.33. The delta between the 80,000 and the 70,000 divided by 6 is 1616.33 per hour added.
Is that how you see it, Sharon?
I see that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to have a look at 67. Okay, so the new compensation is 71,553. The expenses 12,150. The total budget is 83,703.
So you increased
It's only
the
one, I'm sorry.
advisory as per 70,644, and you just read off for salaries, and you just read off what?
71,553.
That's adding 1 hour.
So maybe, is it possible that the discrepancy is related to the two?
Yeah, the thing, let me explain. The difference is that in the original advisory calculation, it just took last year's budget and increased it by 2%.
Yeah.
But in reality, there was a change in staff. Heidi had an assistant treasurer that resigned, who was making a significantly higher rate of pay than the replacement that came in. So it's a function of the actuals.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Right.
the amount that we would be voting on would be 71,553 for salaries.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. So the total treasurer's budget then you said was 83,703.
Correct.
Okay. 83,703. All right. So, sorry, I've lost track of whether we had an active motion on the floor there. But I believe, Peter, you were making the motion. So,
Yes, and it was for the elected official's salary. Are we including the total salary?
yeah, the only thing that we vote on.
We lost you, Steve. At least I did.
Steven, your headset's got a massive amount of feedback.
Do you think that's David, Sean?
What's that?
Do you think that's David's headset?
I think it was Stevens.
No.
David muted. Somebody muted him.
So anyway, the last proposal, if anyone can hear me, was to increase the treasurer's elected official salary line by the equivalent of 2 hours.
So that would be a total budget increase or a total budget of 83,703, is that correct?
Yes, that's the way I understand it. The salary is 71,553. And 12150 is the expenses, so that's how it adds up. And I guess I'll make the motion to accept that part of the budget.
Okay, sorry, and am I better now? Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe there's a motion on the table for a total treasurer's budget of 83,703. Is that accurate, Peter?
Yes, I just made that motion, Natalie.
Oh, okay, great. And do I have a second?
Second.
Stephen,
Yes.
just a point of order. The general laws require that elected officials' salaries have to be specifically voted on. She's not an elected official on this budget, but when you get to the next one, the salary for an elected official has to be broken out separately. Can't be voted as a buried into a general appropriation. There's a statute for elected officials.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I'm just curious though, in previous years, you know, when there was, say, a 2% increase in the elected official's salary, those have not been broken out as a separate item. They've just been lumped into the omnibus. So is that technically not how it should have been done previously?
I'm just saying there's a law that says that this town meeting has to set the salary for elected officials by a vote of town meeting.
Okay, Nancy, you had something to say? And you're muted. You just unmuted and then remuted. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one, Heidi is an elected official until she finishes her term, which isn't up yet. So her salary still should be voted by town meeting. And there's always been a little box underneath the budgets that put the official elected officials' salary in all of the warrants. They've always been separated out, but they're in a little box at the bottom
That
of
box
that
is
budget.
still there.
Sorry, can I just clarify something? So Paul, you're saying that the salary increase would have to be voted on by the town, but we would be making a recommendation here, right? Which would be voted on by the town in August.
Yes.
So is there any problem here?
No.
You have to separately break out the salary for the treasurer.
But as listed in the omnibus, it will be separately broken out. But like I'm saying, in the past, even though the salaries have increased incrementally, we have not voted on each of them separately.
Steve,
Yes, go ahead.
it's Mary speaking. Can I speak?
Yes, go ahead, Mary.
The motion for the omnibus includes language for fixing the salaries of the elected.
Sorry, Mary, you're kind of breaking up a bit.
I'm sorry. The motion for the omnibus article contains language for, quote, fixing the salaries of the elected officials.
Okay.
So it's in that town meeting motion.
Okay.
They are,
Thank you. All right, so I believe we still have the motion on the floor for the treasurer's budget to be 83,703. Was there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any additional advisory discussion? All right, I'd like to take a roll call vote. Mark Albers,
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Wasim, you're muted. That's interesting. You look like you're not muted, but I still can't hear you. Are we allowed to lip read? He obviously said aye. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Aye. Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal. Dhruv. Okay. Stephen Leahy. Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. The motion passes 9-0. All right, moving on to the collector's budget. Can I get public comment on the collector's budget? All right, no additional comment. Closing public comment, opening the voting session. Advisory, can I get a motion on the collector's budget?
Yes, I would move to increase the collector's salary by the equivalent of the 2 hours, which will be calculated, plus maintaining the 18 hours for the clerk position.
Sharon, are you able to give us a precise number on that particular calculation for the collector's budget?
She's not muted, I don't think.
Yeah, Sharon, are you working on that? There's something going on with Zoom that people's audio is not actually coming through.
I hear you fine.
And David Williams, I can see you're speaking, but I can't hear you either. This is potentially problematic.
No, it's peaceful, actually.
Time for lunch break.
No, right?
Where are the sandwiches, Dan?
Yeah. Sharon, if you have a number, would you be able to put it into the chat box and I can read it out?
She's not responding to the chat either.
All right. Nancy?
You're muted, Nancy.
You're muted, Nancy.
Thought I
All
unmuted
right, go
you.
ahead.
I have numbers if you want to
Yes, please.
use them. Okay, for 26 hours, my salary would be 57125. My assistant at her original was 47656. And the 18 hours are 22,148. I get 126,929.
Fine. And then do we add to that your 22,028 for expenses?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were just doing salary. Yes.
No, because now we only vote on the total budget. Salaries and expenses are lumped together now.
I'm sorry, but I'd like to clarify something because Nancy, I thought I heard you just say that salaries, it would be 126,929, but the original request was 124,498, right? So why would we be higher than the original?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I read that off of? 22,148. 22,148. What was the question again?
So the number that you read out just now for your total salaries line was 126,929. But that actually
I've
is
taken
higher.
from 26. That was for the 6. The only adjustment you're making is the 2 hours. Let me see here.
Is Sharon on? Did we just lose Sharon completely? Because really, I think it would be best if Sharon could calculate this.
Yeah. Can somebody actually just call Sharon's phone?
I'll do that.
Thank you.
If you may want to suggest you log out and come back in.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, this is Wendy Alassi, and I just spoke to Sharon, and she's having technical difficulties. She's going to log off and then log back in.
Thank you.
Okay.
Steve,
Yes.
I just want to reiterate that you just said you're only voting the general salaries as a recommendation to town meeting. I think it's your responsibility to vote specifically a salary for elected officials and not just a lump sum of 126,000. Because there does need to be a number that stated it in your report. Many towns have those salaries as a separate warrant article entirely. It's sometimes a major thing at town meeting in some towns. I'm a little uncomfortable with your not taking any position at all on the salaries of elected officials and just having a lump sum number. This is not quite consistent with the general laws.
Okay. I guess I certainly defer to your opinion on that because you would know better than I. I guess to me that there's only there's an inconsistency with how we have done these salaries in previous years, and that's my only confusion. And I think Mary Wolf was indicating that essentially because the salaries are separately broken out within the omnibus and the motion within the omnibus will call out those salaries separately, that is enough. And so I guess my position right now, or my understanding right now, would be that we are voting to approve the total budget number, which is a result of the calculation of the salaries of the elected officials. But in the final omnibus that is actually presented and voted at town meeting, those salaries will in fact be separately listed. Is that correct, Mary? And is that still not adequate, Paul? Thank you.
So a little bit of explanation. Until last year, through last year at the advisory hearing, salaries and expenses have been voted independently. When we got to town meeting last year, to sort of save some time, and because monies can be moved back and forth between expenses and salaries during May and June, we read a single number for the department at town meeting. Part of doing so includes in the motion that it fixes the salaries of the elected officials. This year's advisory is a little bit different from what has been done in the past. because you this year have chosen to vote an entire budget rather than voting the salaries and expenses separate. This is new. This has not been done.
Okay, so then for each of these three positions, then are you saying we should actually separate out the actual elected officials' salary as a, can we basically just do it as a separate line item within the omnibus that we vote on?
That we have never done that. As Nancy pointed out, in the advisory report and in the, which contains the omnibus budget, so the voters can see it, there is a footnote there that indicates what the specific salaries of the elected officials are. So if they look at that, what they are voting for. But we do need, you know, I'm not sure why the change was made this year to vote a whole budget at advisory rather than salaries and expenses. And, you know, if Paul says they need the fixed salaries of the elected officials, we voted separately, sure, but that has never been done previously at an advisory hearing. The elected official salaries have been folded into the salary line for the department, but that line itself was voted independently from the expense line. So the chair would read such and such a department salaries, such and such a department expenses.
David, again, I think, David, you're having the issue where you're talking and I can't actually hear you. Can anybody actually hear David?
Stephen,
No.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Sharon.
Oh, good. Okay, finally.
David, you might want to log out and log
Yeah.
back in.
All right, so I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened, but I took Peter's advice and logged out and logged
Yeah,
back
I think,
in.
honestly, I think Zoom is acting out because a lot of people are having issues with their audio not coming through, even though they're not muted.
Okay, so the question I have, I want to give you the final number. So the changes are, we added 2 hours to the collector. And what should the hours be for the assistants at 27 hours, correct? Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. And then what the temporary assistant, what is that? Part-time?
I believe that's going to stay at 18 hours.
18 hours? Okay, so let me calculate that. It's 22.
I just asked to unmute. I just got a notice, unmute yourself.
Yeah, sometimes what I've been doing is when people are muted and trying to talk, I will click on unmute, and I think you get an indication of the host wants you to unmute.
Do you want me to unmute, Steve? I'm sorry, I was.
That wasn't me, no. Somebody else must have done that. I I would like to make a proposal to move things along here because I believe, and again, I'm going to defer to Mary Wolf and Paul Durensis on the procedural here, but this feels like one of those scenarios where the advisory committee can call it a deferral of the current article in question, and we will vote on it at the end, because I would like to give Sharon more time to sort out the official numbers instead of us all sitting here. So what I'd like to do, I believe we have already voted on the treasurer's budget, but I think ultimately we will most likely need to break out the treasurer's, the elected official's salary, just to state that explicitly. We will do the same thing with the collector's budget. We will have a total budget, and then we will also have an explicit line for the elected official's salary. So those two items, treasurer and collector, I would like to defer to essentially the end of the public hearing. And right now, my goal, it's noon. I would like to finish getting through the rest of these held budget items and then break for lunch. So unless there is an objection from either Mary or Paul that I'm not allowed to do this, this is what I'm going to do.
Well, you have taken a vote already on the treasurer's budget.
Yeah.
So if I might, I would read you the motion from the FY19, from the ATM 2019, word for word from the motion script for the operating budget. That might clear up some questions.
Okay.
Stephen Tsai moved that the totals for each department represented by the numbered items appearing in the advisory committee's fiscal year 2020 omnibus budget in the column under the heading recommended FY 2020 be called over by the moderator, and if no objection is made, that such amounts be raised and appropriated for the purpose specified, except that when a transfer is indicated by a numbered footnote, the specified amount shall be provided by such transfer, that the salaries for the various town officers, including those indicated by numbered footnotes, be fixed effective July 1st, 2019, as specified in the omnibus budget that becomes effective pursuant to this motion, and that any item to which objection is made be separately considered and disposed of in accordance with the vote of the town. So I would ask Paul, I guess, if he feels that's covering it.
You're muted, Paul.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So that motion is fine. What I'm saying is, how do you get the number that you put into that footnote? Where does it come from? And where it should come from is advisory. Needs to put that number in somewhere. So the form of the motion is for town meeting is fine. But what number do you put in for the salaries if you never take a vote on it? Who puts that number in? It's supposed to be the advisory committee is supposed to essentially, under the general laws, make a recommendation to town meeting what the salaries are going to be for elected officials for the year. So what's in that box is your recommendation for the salaries for elected officials for that year. But what I'm hearing is you're not taking any vote to set that salary. So if you're not setting that salary, where does that number come from that's being printed in that report?
Would you suggest that we take two votes, one specifically on the annualized salary with the increased 2 hours in the case of the treasurer for her salary, and then we would take a separate vote on the overall budget for the treasurer's office?
Yes.
Okay.
As being more consistent with the general laws than mine.
So that's what I would like to propose, because we have already voted on the treasurer's full budget, but we have not voted on specifically the treasurer's salary. That we're going to give Sharon some time to get that precise calculation, and we will vote that at the end of the hearing. And then for the entire collector's budget right now, I would like to also defer the entire budget, and then later we will have the number for the full budget as well as the specific number for the elected official. Does that sound like procedurally okay to do right now, Paul?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Nancy, you have something? You're muted.
Yes. I thought I would answer the long ago question from Jane. The difference. I think she's looking at one of the budgets. I have several iterations where we were bargaining.
Nancy, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could I just suggest that since we've deferred this and Sharon's going to do the calculation, that we not take more time now redoing calculations that Sharon's going to take care of for us for later in the meeting?
Okay, but I was just going to suggest that you're looking at something where we bargained away some of the hours for the assistant, and that may be how you got your number.
Okay.
I'm just looking at what was in the proposal as presented. So.
All right, thank you. Sharon, can you basically work on that for the next hour or so?
Sure.
Essentially, we'll calculate the treasurer's salary based on 26 hours and the collector's salary based on 26 hours. And then also ultimately the collector's full budget based on 26 hours for the collector and the 18 hours for her clerk.
And Nancy, just to be clear, the assistant collector is 27 hours?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I'll work on that right now.
All right. You work on that. So we're deferring those two. I would now like to open the discussion for the town clerk's salary. I want to point out that the town clerk herself has not asked for additional money, and we were simply including this as part of the discussion. So with that in mind, I would like to open up public comment on the town clerk's budget. All right, no public. Sorry, go ahead.
This is Frank. There was comment earlier, the town clerk was getting supplemented by the CARE Act. What is unique about the town clerk that allows that to happen for her versus the other departments like collectors or treasurer?
Jackie, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, it's primarily because election law has changed, and I worked for the annual town election where we had the majority of ballots being mailed in. The old election law was not set up for that. And so I was working probably 55 hours a week since I've started. So I did not put in, I put in for 4 weeks a small stipend. It was, it was probably about $2,400. That was it. But because of COVID-19, my job has changed a lot. And because I'm required to do a lot more things now, and it's mostly because of election law and also the laws changing the annual town meeting, et cetera. So that's why those guys, the collector and the treasurer, they can speak to that, but they're not going to have the same issues, I don't believe, that I am. My job is primarily dictated by what the state says. It's federal law, state law, and then Sherborn bylaws.
Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to interject. I'm not sure that was what Frank was asking. I think there are a number of departments who have been submitting costs for the CARES Act. So it's not just one. I think you're asking, are we just singling out one department? We're looking at all the departments with the coronavirus team, and we've already been reimbursed $55,000 in total for expenses and salaries for costs incurred through June 30th, and we're estimating the amount for the rest of the year. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, and I heard I think I heard Nancy say because of this that she's been incurring additional costs. I'm wondering why that hasn't been considered as part of the CARES Act.
I would say, without arguing details here, it is being considered. Any department manager or supervisor, or if it's a person that's hired by a board, like the Board of Health agent or the conservation agent, they're responsible for submitting the costs. And David Williams can probably expand on this better than I can. I'm just commenting because I'm on the coronavirus team.
If a department head is making an accommodation due to the COVID-19 response, then it can qualify as a FEMA or CARES Act response. Reimbursement, and Sharon tracks those. But not everybody's going to have an additional COVID amount that could be billed. So that's what the collectors is they haven't necessarily incurred extra hours because of COVID. They incurred extra hours because of regular workload. Correct, Nancy?
Well, yes, but, it's true, but we have not done anything that qualified under COVID. It's just that we've been picking up the hours ourselves that we would ordinarily have the clerks be doing. So that's why we've had extra.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? All right, I'd like to close public comment and open the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion on disposition for the town clerk's budget?
Could I just ask Steve or Paul, since the clerk is also elected, do we need to do two separate motions, one for the clerk's salary and one for the total budget?
Yes.
All right, let's begin with a motion for the clerk's salary.
Okay, Stephen, I have those numbers. The collector and the treasurer both make $57,124.55.
55. And then the clerk? Oh, wait, is the clerk
No,
the same?
the treasurer and the collector. They both make the same amount.
And now actually they have the same number of hours as the clerk, right? So is that also the clerk's salary?
Let's see. Yes, it is.
All right. All right, 57, 124, 55. All right, can I get a motion on the salary?
I move that we compensate the treasurer, the collector, and the clerk $57,124.55.
Can I get a second?
I have a question. So
Yes.
the number that she just read, is that what they're getting now, or is that adding the extra 2 hours?
That adds the extra 2 hours.
But then we've added it to all three, and I thought we were just going to add it to 2.
No, the town clerk currently has 2 more hours than the collector and the treasurer.
Okay, so that amount we're approving for the clerk, and that amount is an increase of 2 hours for the other ones.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so we currently have a motion on the floor for the town clerk's salary to be $57,124.55. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, can I get a roll call vote? Mark Albers has unfortunately left. He has to travel, so Wasim Basili? As an aye. Wasim, you may want to log out and log back in. Let's see, Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. The motion passes 8-0.
Stephen, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I did recalculate the collector's department budget.
Okay.
And the new number based on the collector at 26 and the part-time at 18 is 126,919.
126,919. That's the entire department's salary?
That's the entire department, correct?
For the collector?
For the collectors,
For collector's salary.
Yes,
Yeah.
for salaries.
Can
Okay.
can you
And
add their expenses also? Because I think we need to vote for the entire department's budget, right?
Sorry, can I just ask for a clarification? Because the numbers that we've gotten from both Nancy and Sharon are more than the listed department request on our budget ATM warrant here. So, and we voted down a proposal to, agree to that amount. So if what you're saying now is that what we thought was going to be a compromise position is actually going to result in a larger budget, then I think something's wrong.
Well, the last request that the last request that I had from Nancy had, I'm sorry, Nancy's last request had the collector at 28, but it had the part-time at less than 18. I guess it was at 12. So the new budget is the collectors at 57. The assistant didn't change, but the part-time hours that we had pulled out, that went back up. So that went from 15,000 to 22,136.
So then, do I understand correctly that the 6 hours I think maybe advisory was under a misimpression, because it sounds like the 6 hours were never in that original request.
Right, it got pulled out.
Okay, so does that change, Peter? Is it your motion to do the 2 hours plus the 6? Because we just voted down this requested amount. And again, we thought we were reaching a compromise position, and yet we're going up on the number. So it's this doesn't seem to be making sense. Do you want to change your motion? Was it Peter's motion? I forget who made the motion.
I believe it's actually Natalie's motion.
Natalie's motion?
I did it for the treasurer.
That's right. Oh, that's right. You know what? Jane, I don't
sure.
think we ever actually voted down the collector's budget, because we have not actually made a motion yet on any collector's budget.
Okay, so that was the treasurer.
I think Peter, excuse me, but Peter did make a motion. And you were looking for a final number. And
Yes, and I wanted to keep the clerk's hours at 18. So Jane, it was an increase. And so that was an increase to, I believe, an existing position that Sharon and David and Nancy agreed to through fiscal 19. So whether it's in the current budget we're looking at or not, in actuality, it's part of the actuals. And to keep that the same was my motion for that one position going from 12 to 18 hours.
So you're making a motion that would increase the collector's salary request by about $2,000 from what had been listed as her official request.
And that would include the 2 additional hours for the collector and the 6 additional hours for the staff member that is should be in the base.
Right. And so Stephen, the total is 148,947.
All right. I believe because we're still actually in the midst of discussing the town clerk, and we had deferred both the treasurer and the collector, I'm going to continue that deferral for the time being. I'd like to try to just push through the rest of these budget items and then make a break for lunch. And then when we come back into session, we may revisit that. Currently, I believe we are now working on the town clerk. We had a motion. We passed the motion to have the town clerk salary at 57,124.55. I believe now we need to have a motion for the town clerk department's entire budget. And again, we have not proposed any changes to what was read out, which was originally 134,790. So can I get a motion for disposition on the town clerk's entire budget?
So moved.
Can I get a second? Wait, you had to move either favorable or no action. Sorry, Peter.
Favorable.
All right. There's a motion for favorable action on the town clerk's salary budget as listed. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
Can I get a vote? Wasim Basili? Oh, wait. Yeah. Thumbs up on Wasim. Brendan Daly?
Aye.
Peter Galatano?
Aye.
Dhruv Koshal?
Aye.
Stephen Leahy?
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo?
Aye.
Natalie Weir?
Aye.
I'm also an aye, so the motion passes 8-0. I'd like to move on to the police department budget. Do we have a representative from the police department here to discuss the budget? Yes, I see Lieutenant Bento. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, or afternoon now.
You're right. Good afternoon. So just to give a brief overview of why the police budget has gone up, as you mentioned earlier, we did have a staffing study. The staffing study had a recommendation. After discussions with advisory and select board, we decided to look at it as a 2-year approach rather than a 1. So the original recommendation from the study was 7 additional positions, and this budget actually is only requesting 4, and those would be 2 sworn positions and 2 civilian positions. And some of the other increases in the budget are basically all associated with that. There are additional hiring costs that will be one-time expenses, things like equipment, having to outfit new officers with uniforms, firearms, body cameras, portable radios, things of that nature. Then there'll be other things that'll be recurring costs, obviously the salary and other contractual benefits. There was also a slight adjustment to the budget because the collective bargaining agreement was signed at the end of April. So there were some things that when the budget was originally put together, we didn't know about, so those were added for some other small increases. If you have any other, specific questions about the budget increases or the direction the staffing's going, be happy to answer them.
All right, so I'd like to open up to additional public comment. Paul, you're muted. Paul, you're muted right now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to give everybody a heads up that the state legislature is working on a bill to revamp police departments across the Commonwealth. It's passed the Senate, it's in the House. It's going to provoke a lot of changes if it gets enacted and signed by the governor, including a certification program for police officers. They have to be certified every 3 years. All kinds of training programs and the like, that the reports I'm getting are that that's going to be additional expense for the communities, all the communities. But it's all a reaction to the George Floyd situation in Minneapolis and the ensuing unrest. That bill will be enacted or not enacted by the time the legislature closes shop on July 31st. So we'll know this before town meeting. But in the meantime, we should be acting as indicated by the current numbers. I just want to give you a heads up that there's a wild card here. It could result in something different by the time we get to town meeting because of this pending reorganization of police departments across the state.
Thank you, Mr. Durensis. Just to add to that, we currently do meet the the standards under the CMRs for new hire training as well as the in-service training. I know those were a couple of big issues that have been discussed. Also, our policies and procedures, we've been contracting with a company for a couple of years now, so there should not be any additional costs when it comes to updating policies and procedures, which again will be a big part of the revamping, I'm sure. And I guess we were all hoping that there might be some either federal or state funding to come along with some of these other mandates, but we'll see how that goes.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? All right, I'd like to close public comment and open up advisory discussion on the police budget.
Follow-up question on what we just heard. Do we have any sense at all of what, what the quantification might be, what the dollar amount might be of the increased amount of expenses that we might incur as a result, if this were to pass, if this law were to pass?
I don't have any indication right now. I think, like I just said, a lot of the expensive things I think we're already doing. And I don't think it would be a large cost incurred, but it is some unknown. And what we're looking to add are only, out of the 4 positions, 2 of them are sworn and 2 of them are civilian. So there should not be much impact on civilian employees.
Thank you. Any additional advisory discussion?
Yes, Lieutenant, refresh my memory, the unsworn positions will free up sworn police officers to be out in the field. So isn't there a force multiplier on those unsworn positions by getting the police from behind the desk out onto out into the field?
Yes, sir. That was something we had discussed in the, seems like a long time ago now because we were at a meeting at Town Hall, I think. So it's been a while. But yes, to put a civilian on the desk at a lower cost and then put the sworn officer on the street was something that the study recommended, and certainly it seems to make sense that you don't need to spend the money on a sworn officer to work the desk on all the shifts. It's still something that's being negotiated, but again, the numbers, we feel that that's something that we can accomplish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional advisory comments?
I'll just add here that it's been years in the making that we get the police department staffing correct, and I think this is another step in the right direction. So I'm on.
Yeah, and I also want to reiterate that part of the impetus for this is that when you look back several years, the police overtime numbers generally are in the 6 figures, and I think this is an attempt to try to get that under control. That's the fiscal perspective, of course, but then there's also the real life perspective of morale and turnover, and trying to ensure that the police department is adequately staffed to perform the duties that the town asks of them. So we are hoping that this will help to stabilize both of those situations moving forward. I'd like to close the advisory comment period and reopen to public comment. There's no additional public comment. I'll close that and open the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion for a disposition on the police department budget?
I move for favorable action.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Wasim Basili?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. That's lovely.
Okay. Sorry, so I actually just logged out and logged back in. This is a motion for what? You mind?
For the police department budget, favorable action as listed.
Aye.
Brendan Daly?
Aye.
Peter Galatano?
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal?
Aye.
Stephen Leahy?
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo?
Aye.
Natalie Weir?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. The motion passes 8-0. The next item is the ambulance. I'm only calling this out because there is an obvious, very large increase in the ambulance budget, and I'm inviting, I believe Zach Ward is going to speak to just the reason why the ambulance budget is more than doubling.
All right, good afternoon all. So the reason for this increase actually dates back several years, and as you all well know, I have not been in town for that long, so I'll just tell you what I know basically. So dating back to 2017, the EMT pay was pretty low, and in calendar year 2017, Sherborn EMS had 360 EMT shifts go unfilled. So it was basically one shift per day out of the 4 that are scheduled each day that were not filled. At the time, I think some calls were getting missed, and the Office of Emergency Medical Services, which is an arm of DPH, which regulates ambulance services, was sort of, taking notice, and it was causing some problems for our ambulance licensing and so forth. So as you may recall, significant raises were given to the EMTs approximately 2 years ago, which has certainly solved this issue. So just to give you some statistics, in 2019, calendar year 2019, we had 12 shifts go unfilled compared to 360. And then the next number is something that we're very proud of. We haven't had a single shift go unfilled since November. So we've had 100% coverage since November 12th. And that's been very important because we've had some very significant incidents in town, both for fire and EMS purposes. So that's basically why there's an increase. When those raises were given, for whatever reason, there was no request to increase the amount.
Thank you. Any public comment on the ambulance budget? All right, if there's no public comment, I'll close that out and open to advisory discussion. All right, there's no advisory discussion. I'm going to close that out, reopen for public comment. With no public comment, I'd like to open the voting session for the ambulance budget. Can I get a motion for disposition on the ambulance budget?
I move favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Drew Kushal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. The motion passes 8-0. I ask that everybody on the call just bear with us. I would like to try to get through the library budget before we break for lunch. Obviously, anybody who's just watching at home is welcome to go get your lunch and watch while you're eating. It's mostly advisory and select board that needs to bear with me. So the library budget, do we have a representative from the library here who can speak to the library budget?
Yes, Elizabeth Johnston, Library Director, is present, and I believe that Brian Connolly, our chair, Hank Roush, and Frank Orlando are on the call. So I will answer your questions and they will chime in.
Great. Well, I guess mostly we held this because it is obviously an issue of significant public interest. And so just wanted to see if you guys had any opening comments basically on the budget that you have proposed. Obviously, the ongoing project is of town concern, and there's concern that there is ongoing expenditure there. But obviously, we do also have a temporary library in place. We do have to maintain library contracts, and so I just wanted to see if you had any specific comments just to discuss the library's needs.
We entered the fiscal year, with projections of, dates to reopen the library. And so we have reduced our budget by 6 months of new personnel in order to, try to reach the bare bones budget that was requested by the advisory committee. So our original request is, been reduced by, almost $45,000. That is one of the significant things that I wanted to point out about our FY21 budget.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments or questions about the library budget? All right, I see no public comments. I'm going to close public comments and open to advisory discussion about the library budget.
I'd like to thank everyone at the library, the building committee, Elizabeth, for all the work that they've done over the last few years against the roller coaster of trying to replace the existing library. And yet again, coming in with a reasonable budget that meets all of their needs while meeting the town's needs. I'm a big user of the online. I can get books on my phone, and that's a direct result of some of the services that the library offers beyond their walls. So thank everyone involved.
Oh, thank you. We all appreciate being thanked.
All right, if there's no additional advisory discussion, I'd like to reopen to public comment. And I see no additional public comment, so I'm going to close public comment and open the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion for disposition on the library's budget as listed?
I move favorable action on the library's budget as listed.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Wasim Basali.
Or just to be clear, we're talking about the 513,873, right?
Yes, 513,873.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal.
I vote aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. The motion passes 8-0. All right, it is 12:39 p.m. and I would like to call a 30-minute recess for lunch. So let's reconvene at 1:09 p.m. And during lunch, I think, Sharon, I may just give you a call. I want to just make sure that I'm clear as to the collector's total budget, which I'm going to try to bring up the collector and treasurer budgets immediately after lunch. So I'd like to have that squared away. All right.
Steve,
Yes, go ahead.
while you're thinking about that at lunch, the one thing that confuses me is in the budget that I see, it shows treasurer and collector at about 65,000 for their salaries, which is significantly above what I heard discussed on the phone earlier. So I don't understand that. So if you look at line 39 in the budget, where it breaks out the salaries for the treasurer and collector.
Oh, yes, I do see that.
And yet I thought I heard 57 to 125 was the new number with the increases. So something doesn't add.
Steve,
Yes, go ahead.
that number was the number with the 6 hours. That was our budget requested number. So that's where the
I
if we had
see,
had
yes.
6 hours.
Right.
So it was it was revoted to 2.
Yeah. So, right. So because we are doing separate votes for the treasurer and collector's salaries, those will get adjusted down to 57,124. Does that answer your question, Frank?
Yes, thank you.
Yep, thanks. As I was saying before we officially came back in session, I've asked Sharon McPherson just to crunch some numbers on the collector's budget, just so that there's more clarity on what we're voting on. So I'm still waiting on those numbers from her. So I think we're going to keep the treasurer and collector items still deferred. And I think for now, let's move into Article 10, which is the capital improvement. So the capital items we are actually, we're going to discuss and vote on each individual item separately. Keisha Lifton, who is the capital budget committee chair, is also online, so hopefully she can answer any additional questions. Some of these items I know had come off the warrant and then recently went back on, so capital budget has not officially voted on all of these things yet. So we do have to keep that in mind. I'll try to note those, or actually, hopefully, Keisha, you can note which ones we have actually officially voted on it or which ones we haven't. But we're going to begin with item A, which is the fire department's portable radios. Is Zach Ward here? Yes, I see Zach is there. Can you give just a brief sort of summary on the portable radios and what the need is there?
Absolutely, I'd love to. So basically, we're looking to replace our current portable radios. They are all currently 17 or 18 years old, which is pretty old for a portable radio. Typically, they're replaced between 12 and 14 years from the date of purchase. So the current ones that we have are not water resistant at all, and they are not intrinsically safe. We have several that are in severe disrepair. We actually just lost another one this past Monday at a gas leak that we had. Due to the condition of these radios, they're not putting out the power that's needed to cover the whole town of Sherborn and hit our repeater. So our coverage range is currently reduced with these. And the radios that we have were not designed for fire service use in the first place. So we pursued through FEMA the assistance to firefighters grant program. We've pursued that grant for 3 years in a row, and we have not been successful for whatever reason. So now we're coming to the town. Again, these just continue to fail and become unreliable. We have had a couple significant incidents this year in which our radios were a problem. So we're looking to replace them. The new radios, they are designed for fire service use. They're the least expensive fire service portable radio on the market. They are water resistant and they are certified as intrinsically safe. And because they're going to be operating at full power, we expect to have better coverage in town. And that's the basics as far as why we are requesting these portable radios.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? All right, no public comments. I'm going to open up advisory discussion. And first, Keisha, can I just ask you, I believe that capital budget was totally in favor of this. Did we actually vote on this one?
Yes, we did.
All right, so this was approved by capital budget. Advisory, any questions or comments about the fire department radios?
I have one. Zach, is there any salvage value to the old radios? Do you get credit for them? Can you sell them, turn them in?
Yeah, so I looked into that. That's a great question. So I looked into trading them, what the value would be for trading them in, and that's zero because of their condition. A lot of these radios are missing buttons and parts, and they're kind of held together with tape and glue. So, if we were to put them on the auction block, I don't think we'd get hardly anything for them. Again, just because of their condition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any additional advisory comments or questions? All right, if not, I'm going to reopen public comments. And I see no public comment. So I'm going to close public comment and open the voting session. Can I get a motion from advisory for disposition on the capital improvement item, Article 10A, the fire department portable radios?
I move favorable action.
Can I get a second? I have a motion and a second. Right, Mark is gone, so I'm going to start with Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal,
Aye.
Stephen Leahy,
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo, Natalie Weir.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. The motion passes 8-0. All right, the next item, item B, the lead department is listed as the Sherborn Select Board, but it is a town buildings and facilities capital improvement in the amount of $312,730. I'm assuming that Sean Colleen, the DPW director, can speak to this.
I've unmuted twice. Is that working?
Yep.
So I believe everyone has the spreadsheet. I'm not sure if everyone does, but capital budget did a nice job of combining all the buildings into one spreadsheet, which now I lost track of. But this is ongoing. This is, I think, the 5th year, possibly the 4th year, where we're funding basically the lump sum for all the capital in the buildings. We had probably a slightly higher number anticipated a few years ago, but some of the projects have kind of trailed on as the libraries kind of trailed on. So this calendar year, I'm kind of off on fiscal years now because we haven't started, but this calendar year will be a significant hit to draw down what was left of the last town meeting article, and this year's. There'll be a lot of work at town hall that gets started and completed on this and some others. You'll see that the roof and siding at the fire station that's starting next week, and then there's numerous other projects that'll go on. The ramp is going to get redone at the front of town hall. So this was presented, I think, several times to capital budget. We went through all the different line items, which there's no reason to go through now, but.
Well, we went through all the different line items, Sean, but when I look at the total number as of today, which is 312,730, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what's on the warrant.
That's what's in the warrant.
But is that what you're asking for? Is the warrant correct?
Yeah, I didn't actually come up with that number. You guys did.
Well, I don't know how we came up with it because it doesn't match what I have in my notes. So
It matches. I think it matches the spreadsheet, but is Joe on?
I don't think so.
It combined a few other building things that show in police station and fire station.
Yeah, I looked at the spreadsheet.
In their capital ask, but they ended up on the building side.
I looked at the spreadsheet at the beginning of the meeting, and the numbers that I added up together did not come up to 312,730. So I would like to have a breakdown of which projects per building are being included.
You want me to give you a breakdown? I didn't come up with this number. You did.
I did not come up with this number.
Oh, I'm pretty insignificant now. It's.
What?
You could use the sheet to back it out. Again, after our last meeting,
I tried to do that, and I'm telling you that I couldn't get it to match.
So put the number where you want it then.
Well, it was like 200 and something thousand.
Including the 35 for the security upgrades at the fire and.
Let me tell you what I got.
34 at the police station.
I've got for DPW facility, asphalt paving, fueling station cameras and lighting. For firehouse number 1, I have garage doors, roof, and flooring. For firehouse number 2, I have heat and exterior trim. For police station, I have site lighting, interior doors, garage door opener, exterior envelope repairs, and Sally Port door. And town hall is exterior repairs, meeting room, folding wall, office cabinets, and casework.
Keisha, can I just chime in for a moment?
Yes, please.
Backward. I think what happened at some point in the process is, as you recall, both fire and police had a security system request.
Yep.
And I think that those got removed as a separate article and they got put into town buildings.
Okay.
So the fire request, it was originally lower, as Sean stated. Now this project started before I started, and for whatever reason, Station 2 was not included in that number. So our request for fire, both stations, security upgrades was $56,940. And I don't know what the police number was, but I'm sure Lieutenant Bento could probably speak to that. So I think that's where that 312 comes from.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. If for everyone who can see, I'm screen sharing the capital budget spreadsheet. Can everybody see this? So this number down here, 23502, that I summed up these items: town hall, fire station 1 and 2, DPW building, and police station. So that came up to 23502. So then what we're saying, I guess, is that these police and fire numbers, some of those items have been actually pulled out and included into the town building request. Is that correct?
Yeah. Which are under different tabs.
Somehow it got mixed up in the process. I'm not sure how. But.
I think Joe did it in his spreadsheet. But the latest version of that spreadsheet I have is from January 31st.
Yeah, that's this one.
No, mine's different than yours.
It still doesn't add up to the 312 that they're asking.
Again, you're getting in the weeds. You're way getting in the weeds on projects that aren't funded and aren't priced. These are estimates. I mean,
I understand, but I don't even know what the projects are, Sean. I want to know what the projects are that you're asking for. I don't even know that.
The projects as listed are estimates.
I understand they're estimates, but we're not even consistent on the projects that are listed. So what's the police security amount?
So I believe, let's see here.
I think you just had it on the last page.
Yeah, so the police security
25,288.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it is. That adds up to 312,730.
Okay.
Okay, so it was those two things that were added that were the capital budget committee was not aware of.
All right, there. So that's the number there. Yeah, 312,730. All right, so it's all of the DPW town building requests plus the security system in the police building and also the security upgrades in the fire department building.
Right.
Okay. All right, so that is the accounting of those items. I'd like to open up to public comment on the town buildings item.
Hi.
Yes, Michael Lesser.
Yeah, I'm trying to just switch back between the video and this. Maybe you could just say a little more, what is all the security? I mean, obviously you guys have been looking at this for a while, but since it's a lot of money for security stuff, what those security things are. That amount.
Yeah, we're not going to get too deep into the security system at a police station on a public meeting, so let's just leave that alone.
Okay.
The fire station, you can. The fire station has no card access and no cameras. So there's issues with there's public access. There's either no public access or there's public access to all the areas. So there's some changes that needed to happen because there's people that stay at that station. So, of course, retrofitting a building, and we should learn that lesson before we finish the library, retrofitting a building with card access is expensive.
Yeah, I can believe
We looked at trying to jump in last year to do it when we had the ceilings open downstairs, but it still was too much. It would have helped a little, but it was too much to do. So,
yeah, no, I could see. Obviously, it's very expensive to retrofit, right?
Right.
It's a lot of money. Okay.
All right, any additional public comments? All right, I'd like to close public comments and open to advisory comments and questions about the town buildings capital item request. All right.
I'm a little confused myself at this point about the police and fire that are above the line. Did someone say those are actually part of the DPW request now? And how are they different from the Fire Station 1 and Fire Station 2 that are down below?
So here are some of the items on the, for example, Fire Station 1. So they're sort of structural improvements, garage doors, asphalt shingle, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas the security system had originally been requested directly by the fire department. But I guess in a subsequent reconciliation, we decided that they were more appropriately listed under town buildings since they still were building improvements as opposed to something separate from the building itself.
Yeah, it's really just a change in how the spreadsheet was built out.
And could you just
In other words,
I'm sorry.
In other words, looking at where the request came from and to where it's getting funded from. It's nothing changed other than it was in a different tab.
Yeah. And to be
Could
clear,
you just increase the size of what's on the screen right now?
Yes,
So that we can see the detail.
Yeah. And I do want to be clear that these town building requests, they're not sort of willy-nilly. They are based on the on-site, in-site consultation sort of spreadsheet plan in terms of all of the various projects that were recommended, and then based on the expected life of the projects that existed. And that at some point, Keisha Lifton and Sean Colleen walked through every single town building with the on-site insight report and evaluated each of the recommendations to determine whether certain items truly needed to be replaced or whether they did not need to be replaced, and to tick off the things that had already been done. And so this entire spreadsheet is based on that work that was done by Keisha and Sean. And I'm not trying to say that everybody's concerns are not valid as to what the specific projects are, but I just want to let you know that they have all been vetted by Capital Budget and Sean Colleen. And so rehashing them all right now is maybe not the best use of our time.
And we did discuss both security systems with both the police and the fire department.
But still, the floor remains open for any advisory comment or question. All right. If there's no more advisory question, I'm going to reopen for public comment.
I guess.
Yep. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I don't want to take your time, but I guess is it a new roof on the fire station that you're doing?
It will be in a few weeks.
Oh, it's already okay. It's already happening that way. Okay.
Yeah, it went out to bid. It went out to bid with the siding.
Okay. No, we have to work on coordination as to, even though the orientation isn't good, whether But I guess actually to be new, we could do the solar issues later. It's not much of an advantage. Okay, thanks. Good to know that it'll be new, so we could do the other stuff. Okay, thanks.
All right, any additional public comment? Yes, Chuck Yan. Chuck, I think you're having the issue of you are speaking, but there's no audio coming through. Still not working. You might need to log out and log back in. I think that seems to be what works for people. All right. In the meantime, any additional public comments?
Town meeting, are you going to delineate the 300 and whatever for the town buildings? Because that's a large number just to approve willy-nilly.
I was planning to do that in the capital budget committee report, if no one has an issue with that.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional public comments? All right. If not, I'd like to, well, let's see. Chuck Yan has come back in. All right. Give us a test, Chuck.
Steve, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to reinforce one of the points you made about the on-site report. That was very incredibly detailed, and the town is funding, I think, less than 25% of what the recommended projects are. But in terms of the granularity, an awful lot of that, when the select board reviewed these capital requests, just like I'm sure capital, we looked very carefully at each of the specific items, but that on-site inside report is incredibly detailed.
Thank you. All right. If there's no other public comment, I'm going to close public comment and open back up to advisory voting session. Can I get a motion for disposition on the capital improvement item B, town buildings and facilities, for a total of $312,730?
I move favorable action.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Roll call vote for Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. Motion passes 8-0. The next item, item C, for the Department of Public Works. We have two categories of equipment, C1 and C2. C1 is non-road work related equipment for the amount of $30,000, and then C2, road work related, for the amount $58,400. Let's start with the non-road work related equipment at $30,000. Sean, you want to explain?
I'm hoping your version's the same. If you want to flip tabs.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in this tab, they put it all back together. So it doesn't separate the road work, non-road work. Maybe I should flip to my own, but I can't share it from here.
Non-road work related equipment is shelving, cabinets, and mechanics for $30,000.
Right. So that's that second line. If we're looking at the same, yeah, I can hardly see yours on my tablet.
Let me.
But that's mostly equipment internally in the building. Where we basically haven't touched this building since it was built. While we were building it as part of that main article, almost 10 years ago now, we bought some shelving, but never really outfitted the rest of the building. Just threw what we had from the mechanics bay before back in. It's time to upgrade that a little bit because keep in mind, we're doing maintenance on all three departments for the fleet. So there's a lot of vehicles going in and out of here. And then if you want to switch to the road related, there's there's a new mower to go along with the tractor that we purchased a year ago. A compactor and a roller, obviously, for obvious reasons. We don't have a compactor. We have a plate compactor, which is for doing patios. But when we do trench work, any drainage work that's done, you need a real compactor. The only roller we have is a sidewalk roller. That's all it's good for. It's not good for road work. And then the grader attachment is another, but a much better tool for doing the maintenance ourselves on the gravel roads, rather than once or twice a year bringing in someone with a grader. And then if we do it more frequently, we can keep them in shape better and not spend nearly as much money. We also spend a great deal of time on many roads, but most especially before we go to do a rebuild or a restoration of a road. The country roads that we have build up a lot. They build up with leaves and mulch and rotten trees and sand from the winter, and we got to scrape that back off some way. We don't kick it into people's yard. We got to pull it back onto the road, and it's pretty labor intensive. You can imagine what it looks like seeing the loader go down the road, scraping the edge of the road. So this will work much more efficiently for doing that and do less damage. That's the 4 items that are there.
Thank you. And I want to interject right now that so these were all items that they were on the original warrant, and then at some point when we were discussing splitting the warrant, I believe that these items were mostly proposed to be removed for consideration at the later special town meeting that isn't going to happen, and subsequently have been put back onto this warrant. As a result, capital budget, I believe we have not actually officially voted on these items yet. Is that correct, Keisha?
Correct. And I don't believe we've seen any quotes either.
So that's the context for when advisory is discussing these items. Capital budget is planning on meeting next week to take our official vote on these items. So keep that in mind during our discussion. But right now I'd like to open up to public comment about these items. We'll vote on these separate, but I think we'll just kind of open the discussion to everything at once, both the non-road work and road work related equipment. So all under item C. All right, if there's no public comment, I'm going to open up to advisory discussion. All right, no advisory discussion. I'm going to reopen for public comment. Yes, Paul? And you are muted right now. Oop. Paul seems to have just, oh no, there you are.
Just a question. The article says not just to see whether the town will spend the money, but also to determine if any amount borrowed under this article shall be contingent upon the passage of a ballot question exempting the amounts required to pay for the bonds from the provisions of Prop 2.5. And we had set a potential election date of September 1 for any ballot questions that might come out of town meeting. So I'm wondering, when we took the vote on the town buildings and things like that, what determination did you make about whether it was going to be paid out of free cash or whether you're going to borrow money, and if you're going to borrow money, whether it's going to be a Prop 2.5 override, debt exclusion?
That's a good question. In the past, have we made that determination at the public hearing, or has that determination been made after the public hearing and before the town meeting? I mean, I know ultimately our motions will, in the advisory report will specify, but I don't remember making that determination at public hearings in the past.
No,
That's
Steve, it was usually done after and before the town meeting.
That's correct, Stephen. Part of the reason is we used to do this in March, so free cash hadn't usually been certified at the time of the advisory public hearing, so we weren't even sure yet how much free cash there was, much less how much was available.
It's correct that we typically have made the decision after the advisory hearing, because depending on how advisory votes on things, they may or may not even fund them at all. So recommend funding them, I should say.
So Paul, do you feel that it is okay for us to not make that determination at the public hearing?
Yes, it's just that with an election for September 1, we should at some point give the town clerk enough time to set up the ballot. And I'm trying to think of what the time limit is. This one statute talks about 35 days, another one that talks about 7 days. So I'm not sure which one applies here.
It's Jackie. So probably should ask town council about all of this, but the questions for the ballot legislation did not change when that was due. And so the select board had to get all the questions to me for the ballot by April 7th, even though our annual town election was moved to June 23rd. So the questions are all, I already have all of the questions, and most of them read Prop 2.5. Unfortunately, I thought that I had them in my folder and I must have left it at the office. So I don't know if I'm even allowed to change the verbiage on any of the questions that were submitted.
Well, certainly if an item is not recommended by advisory, we wouldn't want to have a ballot question at all. And if advisory decides to fund an item within a budget or to use free cash, we wouldn't want a ballot question. So I think we'd be giving you a revised set of ballot questions.
Right, agreed. I did discuss that with the select board, with Diane the other day when she was in, that we needed to figure that out, so.
So I just wanted to highlight the issue that at some point you need to decide, and sooner rather than later, because of the logistics that we have to deal with on the select board side.
All right, duly noted. Thank you for that. Let's see I think we're on the public comment. I'd like to close the public comments right now and open up the advisory voting session. I do want to point out that because capital budget has not actually voted on these items, I would ask that a motion, if it favorable, be made contingent on a favorable motion by the capital budget committee on these items. So that being said, can I have a motion on disposition for capital improvement plan item C, DPW equipment, both, let's do C1 first, non-road work related equipment for $30,000.
I move favorable action dependent on Capital Budget Commission's favorable action.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Could I just ask for, Steve, whether you'd be amenable to a slight alteration of the motion to just, that it be capital budget's approval in the amounts stated here?
Duly noted, Jane. Let me rephrase. I would make a motion for favorable action on item C1 in the amount of $30,000, provided Capital Budget Committee also recommends favorable action.
Good. Can I get a second on the amended motion?
Second.
All right, I'll do a roll call vote. Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Drew Kushal,
Aye.
Stephen Leahy. Steve.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. The motion passes 8-0. On to C2, equipment, DPW equipment road work related in the amount of $58,400. Can I get a motion?
I move for favorable action on this item contingent upon capital budget committee's approval of this item in the same amount, 58,400.
Can I get a second? Second. All right. Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Drew Kushal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. The motion passes 8-0. On to, I apologize that the excavator is under C3. It's also under item C, but anyways, it's a separate line item. So let's discuss item C3, the DPW wheeled excavator in the amount of $175,000. Sean, can you speak to that?
So that was a unit. Last year we rented. We basically got to the end of the useful life of a couple of machines here. But when we talk about roadside mowing, because I don't want to confuse anyone, because we're buying another mower in that last article. There's two significantly different types of roadside mowing, and we're doing them every day for the past 30 days and the next 30 days, trying to keep up. There's just the roadsides where, you know, you can picture a mower down the side of the road, and then there's everything aerial, everything above, which we call it over the rail for obvious reasons. But more than half of the town needs a significant amount of that mowing, and we had basically lost 2 years because we were out of machinery to do it. So last year we purchased a mower and rented a wheeled excavator.
Yeah.
To be able to do it.
You're listening for Jack, right?
Did you lose me?
Nope, you're still there.
So this year, you know, back when we were talking in the spring, it was purchase it, it'll get here, and for the season. Obviously, that was 4 months ago, 5 months ago. Since then, we rented the machine. It came in, I think we're almost to the first month, so we could get on mowing. It further enforces the fact that we need it. There's no other piece of machinery here that can do it. It will, once it gets here and the operators are using it, it'll replace the backhoe that we've had. We've always had a backhoe, obviously. It can replace that. The unit we have has basically the same ground speed, so we can get to emergent situations when we normally need to be taking the backhoe to move a tree off the road or whatever else.
All right. Thank you. And this, I believe, Keisha, also falls under the same thing as the other DPW items. We have not actually voted on this one. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. But with that in mind, I'd like to open up for public comment. All right, with no public comment, I'm going to close public comments and open up for advisory discussion.
Sorry to confirm, Steve, we're on C3?
We are on C3, the wheeled excavator for $175,000.
As we discussed numerous times, and as Sean has described, it's a capital item that the town needs. In lieu of having this, we just rent pieces of machinery every single year. Interest rates are at almost historic lows. I think it's a wise decision to purchase this long-term asset with a.
Hello.
As you were saying.
Yeah, I think Steve is just saying it's something that the town needs, and it makes sense to purchase it as it is a long-term asset, and interest rates are currently low. I do also want to point out, in case people are wondering why I think part of the reason why these things are on is because of a comment that I made that that these were items that you decided you needed, that the town needs, and rather than pushing them off to next year, it makes sense to purchase them this year to basically spread out the capital items. And if you look at the screen that I'm sharing, now these are not all approved capital requests, but these are just according to a 5-year plan. But we are looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.2 million in capital requests next year. So that's why there was a desire on my part to not put even more into next year's capital requests. So any additional advisory comments? All right, I'd like to reopen public comments. All right, I'm closing public comments and I'm opening the voting session. Can I get a motion for disposition on capital improvement plan item C3, DPW wheeled excavator in the amount of $175,000? And again, please note that capital budget has not yet officially voted on this yet. Can I get a motion?
I move favorable action on this capital item pending approval by the capital budget committee for the amount of $175,000 for the wheeled excavator.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, roll call. Wasim Basley.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion passes 8-0. On to item D, DPW roadway management in the amount of $350,000. Sean, can you speak to this one? Sean, you're muted.
How'd you like everything I said?
It's great.
As we were wrapping up the final public meetings we had, I did share, at least with capital budget, I haven't had a chance to present to you guys, and today we weren't going to do it. A very comprehensive roadway assessment that we had done. And it started with a baseline plan for the capital outlay for at least the next 5 years. We, again, typically have not funded enough capital consistently for the roads. We've kind of gone in a 10-year cycle of zero, then put $1 million at it, then let it go, then put $1 million at it. The $1 million from 20 years ago isn't quite $1 million anymore. So we're trying to fund this every year. We also reduced the operating budget ask from my initial version to the current version that just got passed, knowing that we were going to have basically the next 2 articles. There's a significant amount of work that we need to do. We've tapped out our Chapter 90 request. We know that our Chapter 90 funding doesn't even cover a third of what we need to have to maintain a specific level of quality of roads. So this funding will start to turn the curve so we can hold the asset at least at the level that it's at. And I will remind everyone that the roads in the town, the roads and the stormwater infrastructure is by far the largest asset the town has and manages, and leaves at risk to deteriorating if we don't keep it up.
Thank you. And can I open the floor for public comment? And Keisha, we did vote on this one, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And it was favorable. We passed this one. If there's no public comment, I'd like to close public comment and open to advisory discussion. All right. If there's no advisory discussion, I'll close that and reopen public comments. Any additional public comments?
I was just going to add one thing, Steve, which is obvious to everyone probably, is that doing this road work now when a lot of people are still working from home is advantageous because it prevents, delays due to commuting in more normal times.
That is a good point. Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
I'll make one more comment.
Yep.
Prior to, well, what's changed since, late winter, early spring, as we were presenting this, we've since committed the entire fiscal 2021 Chapter 90 funding, less a few $1,000s already. So it's easy to do. We were holding some in reserve, and then we had a culvert fail on Lake Street that's going to get fixed. So that shows how quickly that funding dries up. We're also hoping that the state's going to sign an amendment to supplement another 50% on top of what we got, but there's no guarantee that's coming.
I'd make a quick comment.
Eric's muted, but he's trying to talk, I think.
Go ahead, Eric.
I'd make a comment. Yeah, we are not getting the 50%. They voted through 200 million, so we're going to get the same we have in previous years. There's some attempts for FY22 on getting a 300 million passed, but it's not even included in the latest transportation bond bill. So keep planning on the same Chapter 90 for the next couple of years, pessimistically.
All right, thank you. Any additional public comments? All right, I'd like to close the public comments and open the voting session. Can I get a motion on capital improvement item D, DPW roadway management in the amount of $350,000? Anyone want to make a motion?
I move favorable action.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Wasim Basili?
Steve, could I just ask a clarifying question before we vote? Is
Sure.
this a vote that was already taken by, I may have missed this, that was already taken by the Capital Budget Committee?
Yes, we approved this one.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Wasim Basili?
Aye.
Brendan Daly?
Aye.
Peter Galatano? Peter? You're muted.
Aye.
You. Drew Kashal?
Aye.
Stephen Leahy?
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo?
Aye.
Natalie Weir?
Aye.
I'm also an aye, so the motion passes 8-0. On to item E, DPW stormwater MS4 compliance consult and improvements in the amount of $200,000. Sean, can you speak to this?
Yeah, so as everyone's aware, we're rolling well into the second year of our MS4 permit. That is an EPA permit administered by DEP. We're obligated to increase our level of compliance over the next couple of years, partially because we're in the Charles River watershed, partially just to follow the permit. These aren't new things, but there is a lot of new testing. There's a lot of consulting fees. It's not 100% determined what the future years are going to bring, but we currently are committed to do more than we have covered in our operating budget. We're really not covering much at all in our operating budget, as was seen in the last month with the reserve fund transfer. A lot of that was due to the stormwater. I have my years wrong, but it was 4 or 5 years ago the last time we did a stormwater article, and that carried through because of the delays in the initial permit from the EPA. So there's currently work that is committed and has to be done during the dry weather season, obviously for testing. And then there's obviously going to be structural work. There's structural work right now that's shown itself in the past few weeks with the storms. So it needs to be funded. We don't expect the $200,000 to be used in this single fiscal year. We expect, I mean, I would estimate a third of it, but more than that'll be committed to roll into the next year. I'd love it if Eric had something to say.
It's not public comment yet.
Oh, sorry.
If Sean's done talking, I'll open up public comment.
Can we recognize?
Yep.
Yeah, we're about to enter year 3. Actually, we are in year 3 of the NIPD's permit. The EPA has gone on record that they're not holding off or delaying any requirements or lessening any requirements due to the COVID crisis. From what I understand, secondhand, they actually implied they might at one presentation, and one of the watershed groups instantly threatened lawsuit against that. So we can expect to have pretty consistent regulatory requirements as set forth in the permit. Entering year 3 with the Charles River watershed, has a greater expectation on phosphorus removal, and I think the $200,000 is warranted.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? All right, I'd like to close public comment and open to advisory discussion. All right, no discussion from advisory. Reopening public comments. No additional public comment. I'm closing public comment and opening the voting session. Can I get a motion on capital improvement plan item E, DPW, stormwater MS4 compliance consultant improvements for the amount of $200,000?
Favorable action on capital item, was it 3E, $200,000 for, sorry, on the screen, stormwater management.
Yep. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, well, roll call vote. Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion passes 8-0. All right, item F, again, DPW, it's the Sean Killian Hour. Pine Hill Access Road engineering only in the amount of $80,000. Sean, you want to speak to, Sean, you're muted.
Somebody just put up something on the chat. Somebody wanted to speak, I think.
That's
sorry, I can't monitor the chat when my screen is being shared.
that's Jackie. Once we get through items F and G, she'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you.
So there was a few other names, but they all got dropped. So I got the Pine Hill Access Road. We started probably 8 months ago now with the engineering work on the access road and all of Pine Hill, and of course it was a team effort to get it kicked back up, somewhat led by the superintendent. Obviously, this was all pre-COVID, but it did expose that we hadn't finished our legal requirements when the road was approved by the town, by town meeting, by an act of the state legislature. So we did have to do some work. That was completed, but we stopped shy of finishing the engineering work to build out and put the specs together to put the road out to bid and all the improvements that Pine Hill needs for the parking issues that are up there. Obviously, the past 3 or 4 months, there's been no meeting, so that still stands where it is. We have basically a half-done engineering. This would cover what was left to finish. Of course, the intention was it would have been the spring. We would have figured it out over the summer, and decided, I mean, ultimately we'd be basically deciding if we have something to bring back to town meeting for next spring, which would be a full design and easily be out to bid again. We'd have bids back, that is.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item? George?
Yeah, just want to reiterate, I worked with Sean and the superintendent on this, and originally there was going to be talk of trying to come forward to finish the road this year, but wanted to first, kind of do it at a more timely manner of doing the engineering first, because the plans from a number of years ago aren't available. It really needs to be done this way, because it is a very important project for the town to get this Pine Hill Access Road completed, because it's really a dangerous situation that all our kids are in up at Pine Hill with a one-way road there. So this is an important thing for the town to keep moving forward for a major safety issue.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
This is Angie Johnson. I'm the chair of the Sherborn School Committee. And I want to tag on to what George said. It is a safety issue with the buses coming and then the pickup and drop off, and with the start time changes, I don't know if we'll have more parents dropping off or not. And additionally, now with COVID, I think we're going to have a lot of drivers. I know we won't have it done in the next year, but it does shed light on the fact that we have a lot of traffic going and we're trying to dodge buses, and it would make more sense for the town as a safety feature for us to have this as a one-way as opposed to a two-way loop through.
Thank you. Any additional comments? All right, I'd like to close public comment and open advisory discussion. No discussion from advisory. I'm going to reopen public comments. All right, no additional public comments. I would like to open the voting session. Can I get a motion on capital improvement item F, DPW Pine Hill Access Road Engineering only, in the amount of $80,000?
I move for favorable action for Article 10, F, Pine Hill Road Engineering for $80,000.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Wasim Basli.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Drew Kushal.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir. Natalie.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. Motion passes 8-0. All right, on to item G, Sherborn School Committee's Pine Hill School improvements in the amount of $16,000. Angie, did you want to just give a brief explanation of that?
Sure. This is the HVAC unit. It's the one that is currently on top of the computer lab. Unfortunately, it is going bad. It was installed in 1998. So it has surpassed its useful life of 20 years, and we're replacing it with similar equipment with a projected cost of $16,000.
Thank you. Any public comments?
I have one.
Yep.
I wonder if they've investigated sizing that up, because the guidance is frankly scary how many air changes they're talking about buildings should be designed for now. And I wonder if this is an opportunity. I don't know if Pine Hill or the school committee has even looked at what they're going to do with the school as far as the HVAC systems.
Do you want me to respond just in
Yep.
general?
Go ahead.
Ideally, we would love to air condition the school, because as you know, the 4th and 5th grade wing, which is where this is too, because it's off the library, it's a greenhouse in there. It's hot. It's a lot of windows. The thing is when we do open the windows at night, we do get some good flow of air. But, you know, at some point with global warming, we are going to have to probably start to ascertain this. This room, if you know where the computer room is, it's right in the library area, and not great ventilation. And because we do have those machines in there, we do have to make sure that its air quality is good as far as, you know, circulation, so that the computers don't overheat. So with that, we're just replacing what was there. Ideally, yes, we would love to have it, because there are certain parts of the building, you know, that are air conditioned, the kindergarten wing. So would we do a whole school air conditioning? I don't think so. I think you could do this in parts. But as Sean's saying, you know, right now we just don't have the budget money for something like that. I mean, that is something I'm going to work with the school committee, and as well I'm going to address with sustainability to see what we think would be good to try to move forward and to try to plan for the future. Unfortunately, COVID threw a wrench in my plans, because I had a whole spreadsheet where Peter was going to keep about the temperatures and everything, because we have had issues in the past with some students getting sick, as well as some teachers. Like a student, actually several of them passed out because of heat last year. So we're trying to figure out what we can do and how to do it. But since we weren't in school from March on, that was a little hard to navigate.
Thank you. First, I think Marion had her hand up first. Did you want to say something? You're muted right now, Marion.
I wanted to say that the ventilation problem at Pine Hill is not just a matter of temperature. And we don't know how long we're going to have to be concerned about transmission of COVID-19, but we know it's not going to be a short deal. And so I know this probably can't be in the budget now, but I'd like to know that people are thinking about the total air exchange in the entire building, irrespective of temperature.
That was actually my point, Marion. Thank you.
Yes.
I was going for intake air. And now that I think about it, if Pine Hill if they came up short, it would be, from what I've seen, probably reimbursable anyway.
Right. So this
the next round of funding is going to go towards building management systems like that.
Right. So now that there is COVID money available, this might be the time to take a deeper look at ventilation in the school.
That's a great point, Marion, because we did talk at our school committee meeting the other night with regards to just all of the schools in the district, and Dawn is having the ones that currently have airflow, you know, air conditioning units, about how their air control is and how it's being used. And that was the one thing, since Pine Hill doesn't have it. And you are right, maybe with some of this additional COVID money, it is something that we should look at, because you're right, there is not a lot of airflow, you know, if we don't have it that way.
The CDC recommends filters that are called MERV 8 or less, that filter out COVID-19. So that's what most hospitals have or are switching to within their HVAC system. So that could be a consideration going forward.
Yeah, that could be a help for sure. But you also need a lot of air exchange, because it takes a long time for the air in a particular closed classroom to pass through the filter and get back. And meanwhile, you have a lot of, you know, aerosol accumulation.
Thank you. Michael Lesser.
Michael Lesser, I'll speak as the Energy Committee this time. And maybe we just do this offline at another point, Angie, is whether you're looking at the total life cycle cost of the unit that you replace in terms of the efficiency level, as well as whoever we're working with. We deal with the fact that there are significant heat pump rebates available this year, even though I'm not sure the heat pump will work in this setting, but that we should just look at the options on terms of the level of efficiency, as well as the technology itself, just to make sure we're getting the least cost overall.
Okay.
For what we
Thank
get.
you. Yes.
But I'm free to other people who could help us out with that kind of stuff.
Okay.
there, but so it might have a little bit more. I don't know how much of a capital budget impact it might have, although the rebates might come back, but it might certainly lower the operating costs going forward.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. George, was there something you wanted to say?
Marion said exactly what I was going to say, so I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Any additional public comments? No, I'd like to open to advisory discussion. I guess one thing that I wanted to ask, given the conversation about increased requirements due to COVID, I guess the question would be, all right, if we feel like it makes sense to reevaluate the HVAC system in light of new requirements, does that alter the request and or the timing for this particular capital item, or should we continue forward with this item at this amount and then look at any additional supplemental funding that could be used due to the COVID situation and thereby upscaling it, or basically what is the most appropriate path forward right now? And I guess Sean or Angie can speak to that.
Sean, do you have any, because you're more mechanical. I know that we do have to have the unit just because ours is not, it's not functioning. We had, issues before we let out with it leaking into the computer room, et cetera. So it's become a malfunction problem with the existing air conditioner.
My opinion would be you'll have this thing replaced and operational before you figure out what to do with the rest of the school. And like you said, you have to fix it. If you're $4,000 short because you needed more intake air, then A, that's probably an easy thing to get reimbursed. B, I'm sure somebody's got the $4,000 to add to it. I mean, you need 10 times this to do anything to even make a dent in the rest of the school, or even the library for that matter.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't hold off, and you don't have anything to allow you to really raise the number at the moment. Yeah. I think it's probably going to be short because I think everything we thought 6 months ago is out the window.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, we're currently in the advisory discussion. Do any advisory members have more questions or comments? No. I'd like to reopen the comments. All right, no additional public comments. I'd like to open the voting session. Can I get a motion on Capital Improvement Plan Item G, Sherborn Schools Committee, Pine Hill School Improvements in the amount of $16,000?
I move for favorable action on Article 10, Item G, Pine Hill School Improvement for $16,000.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Gaetano.
Aye.
Drew Kashal.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion passes 8-0. And Jackie Morris, I believe, was there something you wanted to say after the capital items were done?
Yes, please. So everyone probably doesn't realize this, but this morning I asked the select board before the advisory meeting to allow me to hold a special town election on September 1st, which is primary day. And the reason for that election is that we have to vote the capital budget items that need to be borrowed by September 15th. The September 15th date is dictated by the Department of Revenue. And with all of the elections laws that were passed, unfortunately, they did not extend the date. So I just wanted clarity on some of these questions, and some of it may be a moot point if our KP Law, our town council, says that I can't change any of the questions. But our motions meeting to go over everything with town council is July 29th. I cannot wait until then to order the ballots for the special town election for all the questions. And so I'm wondering, since capital budget hasn't voted on some of these things, is advisory going to vote again? I can't wait. Like I'm going to need to send out the special town election mail-in ballots along with the state primary ballots. And just an FYI, that all the applications from the Secretary of State hit today. They hit Sherborn. My family got mine, and I got a text from Pam Dow that she got hers. So I'm going to be under a major time crunch if I have, 1,000 mail-in ballots to get out, and I can't wait until, August 1st to order the ballots. So I'm just asking, what the procedure is going to be in terms of some of these capital budget items that have not been voted on yet.
Well, Capital Budget Committee is meeting next Wednesday and Thursday to discuss and vote on the additional items. Does that?
Okay, so then you guys don't need to vote again on those if they pass them. And
They do need to vote again.
they will need to vote again. Yeah, well then that's what I'm saying. There's a major problem for me.
Steve?
Steve's not coming through. Steve, we're not hearing you. Not hearing you at all.
Steve?
Paul, why don't you just go ahead? He can't talk. Go ahead.
So I just did a little research during the discussion, going through the law books, and it seems clear to me that we have to get the final ballot questions 35 days before the election to the town clerk. 35 days is July 26th. That means we have, today's the 18th, we have literally 8 days to finalize the ballot questions. And yes, I believe what we sent over was not a warrant for an election. It was only a list of the ballot questions. So I would say, subject to, I don't want to step on the toes of town council. I try not to, but for purposes of this discussion, I believe that we can trump those earlier ballot questions and replace them with actual ballot questions. So, subject to town council doing their work, I believe we have to have a final replacement list of ballot questions by the 26th, which means that the advisory committee needs to decide which of these questions are going to be funded by free cash, which from operating budgets, which are not going to be funded if capital budget votes no on them, all by the 26th. And town clerk should move her discussion with KP Law to a date prior to July 26th, not wait till July 29th.
Okay, Paul. So I asked Darren Klein, our town council, like a week ago to give me a date that he could do the motions meeting. And yesterday, July 29th, excuse me, was the only day that he could meet. Now I could push that, but the problem is that I'm concerned that the law doesn't, unless it's different because it's a special town election, and I know you would know more than I, but I'm concerned that you guys can't revote the questions because the deadline was April 7th and legislation did not move that. So I know we didn't put the questions on the June 23rd election, so maybe that's a different thing because it's a special town election, and maybe that's the difference. But if we're held to that other date, it was April 7th. And
All right,
then
I
they
didn't
weren't
research
moved.
that.
Yeah, they weren't, it didn't matter if we moved our annual town election, which we did. And then, you know, they decided since we hadn't had the select board decided since we hadn't had the annual town meeting yet, that they would pull all those other questions until after we were able to have the annual town meeting and then vote on the articles, you know, the appropriations or whatever first, and then have the special. And so now we have to have a special town election or the town will not be able to borrow the money.
Right, but just off the top of my head, those ballot questions did not appear on the warrant that we issued and did not appear on the annual election warrant at all. So although they were issued, they actually were never used.
Okay.
And we're calling a special election. I believe we can replace it, but again, that's subject to town council. That's what he gets paid for.
Okay.
I'll leave it up to him, but I am saying that if we are going to do something, it has to be done by the 26th. And therefore advisory needs to have another meeting, or today it needs to decide how it's going to fund these things so that the board can get a final list of questions together and get that to you, subject to town council making a final ruling.
Okay. All right. Well, I will check with Darren on Monday and see what the deal is so that you guys can get it on the agenda for the select board meeting coming up.
George and then Jeff, I think you both have comments.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of go along with this. Because we did change the ballot questions, we did end up having a ballot question on the June election that was whether or not the treasurer was elected, and we got rid of the rest of the questions. So I think for a special town meeting, it makes sense. We would be able to, it would be a whole new vote for questions for this special election. And also just timeline wise, Jackie, as you, just to point out, I'm sure you know, we have a meeting on Thursday, the 23rd. So hopefully,
yes,
if advisory could let us know by then how they want to fund these capital items, we could vote on the 23rd for those ballot questions.
Okay, but capital budget isn't meeting until Wednesday
Right.
and Thursday. So
right, we're the day after, so maybe I don't know. Maybe advisory could join us on Thursday, the 23rd, after capital budget. I don't know. It's up to. It's just a thought, so we could get it done in time.
On the 20th, yeah, we can. What time is the select board meeting on the 23rd?
7. It's usually at 7.
Yeah, 7.
Because I know, Keisha, you have us down for both the 22nd and the 23rd. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I have a question to the town clerk?
Yeah.
You're not putting these questions on the state ballot, right?
No, we can't. We are, the deadline's passed, but we are.
Yes, 60 days for the state ballot. That's why I'm 60 days for a state ballot, 35 days for the local ballot.
Right, it's, yeah, the deadline's passed on the state ballot, but also we're only allowed to have 3 questions. And right now we have 10. So I can only put 3 questions on the state ballot. So that's why I need to make up special town election ballots. And then for everybody that put down that they want ballots for all elections, they're going to get dual ballots with 2 envelopes and their mail-in. And we'll have a dual election during the early voting in person for 7 days, and then also on election day. So I need to, the state ballots will come from the state, but the other ones I need to make up myself. I need to have printed up.
Yeah, that deadline expired on July 1.
Correct.
To put it on the state ballot.
Yeah.
We could group these into 3 questions, but we didn't do the calculation of time, and we didn't set the date for the election until our last meeting, and it was already past the deadline for the state ballot.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to have the election till after the annual town meeting anyway, so that wasn't going to work.
Jeff, did you have something that you wanted to add?
Yeah, but next time I go first because George stole all my points.
Yeah. I guess. Well, I'm sort of I'm at a loss as what to do right now, and I am open to suggestion from the many storied alumni of the advisory committee who are on the call right now as to what would be the best way to handle this situation for advisory.
The hardest thing, Steve, I think, is figuring out how you're going to fund them. I mean, capital budget and advisory can meet to decide if there's any of these they approve or don't approve pretty easily. And we have select board Thursday night, but the hard part's going to be figuring out, how to fund, particularly the, however many 5 or 6 large items.
I would suggest just from when I was on advisory, I assume Sharon has a spreadsheet and you guys know the free cash number and what your target free cash number should be. So I'm thinking you guys could probably run through that pretty quickly next week at some point.
Yeah.
Yes, it actually shouldn't be that much of a decision, similar to what George just said. We've got a target for free cash. We know what our free cash should be. You spend free cash on shorter term assets. Any longer term assets you borrow and amortize over the years that it'll be used.
Yeah, if I could, I didn't hear all the discussion because I was researching, but I heard a reference to shelves. I don't think you want to go to the bond market to borrow a lot of money to put shelves in the CM&D garage. That's just not the way to go. Those should be short-term expenditures. So it may be that some of these items aren't even borrowable.
Right, Paul, we'll let's let advisory go through all of them and do that so we can keep moving with this meeting.
Yeah,
that's go through items now.
Yeah, that's definitely one of my considerations, is that I don't want to get bogged down in this meeting right now. But of course, it's already Saturday, and so the earliest that advisory could possibly have a meeting posted in time would be for Wednesday night. But I guess it does make sense if we were to join the select board meeting on Thursday night, we could have that discussion along with the select board. I don't want to take over a large chunk of your meeting, but are you guys okay with that if we were to have a joint meeting on Thursday night?
Yeah, I think that would be worth it.
Okay. So tentatively, that'll be the plan. Is advisory to basically join the select board meeting. I'll post that. Keisha, how do you feel about, do you think that capital budget, we can get everything accomplished that we need to on Wednesday night, or do you also need that Thursday night meeting?
Well, originally I was hoping that we would do our discussion Wednesday and then I'd write the report and we could approve the report on Thursday, but I've actually started writing the report while I was sitting here. So my plan is to distribute that to you and Joe before Wednesday.
Okay.
And then hopefully we can do everything on Wednesday and just be finished with everything.
Okay, great. All right, so then that will be the plan for now. So hopefully by the conclusion of the select board meeting next Thursday, everything will be squared away. Does that timing work okay for you, Jackie?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was muted. Yes, thank you.
All right. All right, so I would like to move on now from the capital improvement plan. What I'd like to do now is actually to hopefully briefly cycle back to the treasurer and collector budgets, the ones that we had deferred. So I believe the items that we're going to have to discuss and officially vote on will be the treasurer elected official's salary, the collector elected official salary, and then the total collector's budget. So I'd like to bring that back, and that is Article 9, the omnibus budget. So I'm going to begin with the treasurer's salary. We have already approved the treasurer's budget, total budget, and so now we're just talking about the treasurer herself, the elected official salary in the amount of $57,124.55. So I would like to open up public comment about the treasurer's salary. All right, with no public comment, I would like to close public comments and open up advisory discussion. All right, with no advisory discussion, I'm going to reopen public comment. All right, closing public comments. So can I get a motion on the treasurer's salary?
I move that we recommend the treasurer's salary in the amount of whatever you just said, Steve. 57.
57,124.55.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call vote? Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal,
Aye.
Stephen Leahy,
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
and I'm also an aye. Motion passes 8-0. Moving on to the collector's salary. Again, this is the elected official's salary, and the proposal is the same salary as the treasurer in the amount of $57,124.55. I'd like to open up public comment. No public comment. Closing public comment. Can I get advisory discussion? No discussion. Reopening public comment. Closing public comment. Can I get a motion on the collector's salary in the amount of $57,124.55?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal,
Aye.
Stephen Leahy,
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
I am also an aye, and that's 8-0. Motion passes. All right, moving on to the collector's total budget. I now have a spreadsheet here from Sharon McPherson that I'm going to try to share. All right, can everybody see that? Sorry. All right, so this I'm hoping is going to clarify some of the questions about why the numbers were going up and down. At the bottom here, what we have is Nancy's original submission to the advisory or to the town, and that had her hours at 30 hours. The assistant tax collector was at 25, and then, wait, is this right, Sharon?
Yeah, yeah. So the collector was at 30, the assistant collector was at 25, and then the part-time help was at 24,148.
Okay.